So once that space gets filled, I will no longer be able to do any more Gundam shorts. But there is a way to save them, and you have that power. And it's very simple. All you gotta do is go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Help me save Gundam shorts on this channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button, help grow this channel, and help us build one of the strongest communities on the internet today. And if you own Gundam Breaker 4 and you want a chance to be featured on this channel, why don't you go ahead and submit your build using the link down below for a chance to get your build featured in a future video on this channel. Question for y'all. Do you like my Gundam shorts? Because honestly, I love making them. But there's a problem. If you're looking on screen right there, that is my display case. And that little area is all the room I have left to store my Gundam kits. So once that space gets filled, I will no longer be able to do any more Gundam shorts. But there is a way to save them, and you have that power. And it's very simple. All you gotta do is go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Help me save Gundam shorts on this channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button, help grow this channel, and help us build one of the strongest communities on the internet today. And if you own Gundam Breaker 4 and you want a chance to be featured on this channel, why don't you go ahead and submit your build using the link down below for a chance to get your build featured in a future video on this channel. Question for y'all. Do you like my Gundam shorts? Because honestly, I love making them. But there's a problem. If you're looking on screen right there, that is my display case. And that little area is all the room I have left to store my Gundam kits. So once that space gets filled, I will no longer be able to do any more Gundam shorts. But there is a way to save them, and you have that power. And it's very simple. All you gotta do is go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Help me save Gundam shorts on this channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button, help grow this channel, and help us build one of the strongest communities on the internet today. And if you own Gundam Breaker 4 and you want a chance to be featured on this channel, why don't you go ahead and submit your build using the link down below for a chance to get your build featured in a future video on this channel. Question for y'all. Do you like my Gundam shorts? Because honestly, I love making them. But there's a problem. If you're looking on screen right there, that is my display case. And that little area is all the room I have left to store my Gundam kits. So once that space gets filled, I will no longer be able to do any more Gundam shorts. But there is a way to save them, and you have that power. And it's very simple. All you gotta do is go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Help me save Gundam shorts on this channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button, help grow this channel, and help us build one of the strongest communities on the internet today. And if you own Gundam Breaker 4 and you want a chance to be featured on this channel, why don't you go ahead and submit your build using the link down below for a chance to get your build featured in a future video on this channel. Question for y'all. Do you like my Gundam shorts? Because honestly, I love making them. But there's a problem. If you're looking on screen right there, that is my display case. And that little area is all the room I have left to store my Gundam kits. So once that space gets filled, I will no longer be able to do any more Gundam shorts. But there is a way to save them, and you have that power. And it's very simple. All you gotta do is go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Help me save Gundam shorts on this channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button, help grow this channel, and help us build one of the strongest communities on the internet today. And if you own Gundam Breaker 4 and you want a chance to be featured on this channel, why don't you go ahead and submit your build using the link down below for a chance to get your build featured in a future video on this channel. Question for y'all. Do you like my Gundam shorts? Because honestly, I love making them. But there's a problem. If you're looking on screen right there, that is my display case. And that little area is all the room I have left to store my Gundam kits. So, once that space gets filled, I will no longer be able to do any more Gundam shorts. But there is a way to save them, and you have that power. And it's very simple. All you gotta do is go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Help me save Gundam shorts on this channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button, help grow this channel, and help us build one of the strongest communities. I am here. And it's been a while. I've been busy. I've been dealing with a bunch of bull crap. Well, basically just going to job interviews. I'm another year older. And now I'm here to choose what I want to build for this month's live build. And I'm kind of torn between three. And I think I know which one. So I was torn between what I want to build this month. Because this month, I'm making it my month to choose. I was torn between the Shenlong. But I decided not to do this one because I just built the Ultron. So I want to do something kind of different. And so I'll let y'all vote for this one. Next was this would be the first. Okay, I done clear build, but this would be the first one that's fully a clear build. But I decided against this one, and then what I decided to go with, because every time I tried to build it, y'all never vote for it, even though I put it up there every month. I want to do it for this month. Now I'm gonna go ahead and build the Jamoa because the box is starting to get kind of jacked up. So I need to build it right now. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna build a Jamoa. And if y'all ain't never been on this channel, welcome to the Unknown Game channel, live stream where I do monthly live builds. And I go ahead and watch things and react to things. And I actually do have a video I want to react to. But first, let's go ahead and get started, and then we'll go from there. Oh no, hold on, wait a minute. My chat's broken on one of my channels. Hold on, let me fix it. I just realized that I got everything fixed and it's not fixed, which is bull. Let me fix it real quick. Let's see if we can fix it. All right, hold on. And let me fix one of my chats real quick. I didn't realize one was broken. Let me go to the dog. All right, are we good? Oh, okay, cool. Okay, all my chats are now working. We are good, and we are good to build. So, yeah. So, yep. All right, so let's go ahead and start with the Jamoa. I'm gonna go ahead and get things started first, and then we'll go ahead and start. I'll start talking as usual. All right. I guess I should show you. I'll just show you the box real quick. See all sides. P Bondi, as you see. Always building P Bondis on this channel. Yep. And let's go ahead and get started. If you don't know, I'm a big Gundam X fan. I should have showed a clip on here, but I love Gundam X. It's one of my favorite Gundam designs. So, and plus I want to design because I actually have a custom build I'm trying to finish up. I need to finish a part from this series, so that's why I'm doing it. I actually want to get one more of these if it ever comes out. I want to get like one or two more because I want to do a kit bash with using this kit, but I need another one because all my other Gundam X's are kit bashed actually. So either way, let's just go through it real quick. You know, we were going to do a live pod. Oh, excuse. I was supposed to do a live podcast today, but that didn't happen. Some of my people had to cancel, so we're just gonna do a live build. Like I just said, I do one of these once a month. Check this out. Boom. Okay, this looks like it might be a quick build. Cool. Okay. Oh man, I say that's 10. I wish I would start this an hour earlier. That's all right. Two. 3. That's all right. Move right here. Yeah, I can move right there. All right. This is done. And the last one. I'll be honest with you, the job search has been going pretty bad lately. I really am starting to think about doing the streaming thing and trying it full time for a little while. Because I tried super hard this month, and yeah, things weren't really looking good, so. Thinking about trying this live stream thing a lot more, at least once a week. I may do it, so that's the plan. It's at least live stream once a week. Because, man, this job search thing is not going well at all. It's not going well at all. Right there. Alright. Full set. Alright. And now we got everything. I know where I'll turn on something in this set. Alright, let's go. Gundam Jamoa. Gundam X Jamoa. Jamoa, I think it's pronounced. And I really want to get like 2, 3 more. One of these, I want to get 2 or 3 more of these if it ever comes out. And I can afford it. Okay, interesting. Wait a minute. Oh. Wait a minute, what? Okay, I'm not worried about it right now. Let's get this build done first. Let's get A, B, D, F. A, B, D, F. P, C. That is neat. A, B, D, and it said F, right? I don't see F. Oh, here it is. All right, let's go ahead and get started with the first one. As usual. And don't worry, I'm gonna put something up pretty soon here so we can start reacting. All right. Let's see. A16. Oh, that one went bad. So A16. I see it already. Ah, damn. Ugh. I screwed it up. Dang it. I screwed it up. Dang it. I already screwed it up, my cut. Oh, you know what? I don't think you'll be able to see it, though. I think that's fine. I can screw that cut and be just fine. All right. B1, B3. I like the blue on here. I wish it was darker. B1, B3. B1, B3. And then we got B4. We got B4. B4. This is not gonna go. Yeah. Alright, no, that's fine. I could probably fix it real quick. Yeah, that's probably not gonna work. All right. There you go. There you go. That's clean.
it's already in there. Clean this out a little bit. All right. All right. I think that's good. A11. F2. Oh, perfect. F2. PC4. D12, right? D12, yep. There it is. Show this real quick, see if this works better. Yeah, that works better. Alright. And then A25, A26. And I'm just good with that for now. Yeah, I'll leave it on there. Alright. I'm going to start trying to put this together. So let's see. This is B3, right? No, this is A16. This is B3, right? Yep, this is B3. Yeah, that's right. B1 right here. Then I need to get the stickers. That's 5, right? Yep. I'll receive. Yep, A5. Still A5. Oh no. Come on, get in there. Get in there. There we go. There you go. That's what I I'm talking about. And I already know. There we go. And then we got PC4. This goes right here, right? Yeah. Right here and right here. Ah, damn. Damn. Oh, there you are. Goes like this, right? Yep. Oh no, you can't see the cut. Oh dang. That. PC6. Where is 6? 6, there you are. Oh, okay, so this goes on first. So it goes PC, what, 6? Yep. It's a big one? Yeah, it's a big one, right? Yeah, it's a big one. That's right. Okay, so just gotta get the last two A's off. A11. Where did I put A11? A11's right there. Oh jeez. It's cutting my almost cutting my finger off. noticeable? Let's see. Let's put this on. Is it noticeable? Yeah, it is a little bit. All right. Let's see if I clean up a little bit more. All right. Oh yeah, that's better. All right, there we go. That's clean. I'm gonna get it and then put this on. Okay, and then lastly we got these two. So 25 on that side. 25 on this side. Which way is it? This way. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God it bounced off or something. That was about to be bad. That was about to be bad. $25. Oh, jeez. So this needs to be. That's better. All right. And then Let's go ahead, and this one is 2 and 3, right? Yep. 2 on that side, 3 on that side. Alright, 2. Come on. I am in the camera. I don't think I'm in the camera when I'm doing this. That's my fault. Crap. I got it in there. So 2. And let's do 3. There we go. Alright. There we go. Just got that done. There we go. Alright. Alright, now I'll go ahead and turn something on. Just want to get that first one done. Let's go ahead and check out what's going on YouTube. Oh, jeez. Okay, there we go. Alright. Now let me bring, what am I looking for? This one, let's go to, there we go. This right there. And there's a video I know I want to watch. What was it called? It was called. There's one I want to look. One I just saw that just came out. I want to check out. There it is.
Glasses break. Glasses bend. Glasses get cracked.
I have played Fate Grand Order every day
I don't
for
know
the
if I
past
watched on the channel, but
2.5 years. And I have come to the conclusion, it's not that good. I have a lot to say about this game. This volume of the Atrocious Gacha reviews will be much more personal to me, as I have a way longer playtime on this one than any of the previous entries I've reviewed. At the same time, FGO will also represent the largest audience of any gacha game I have covered so far, so I really want to dive into exactly what I will discuss. Before I get into the actual review, I want to preface this by saying that FGO was my second ever gacha game. one after Genshin. I started during New Year of 2022 and have been diligently logging in every day from that point onwards. I play as a low spender, but despite me playing the game for 2 years, I don't have the majority.
Yep, I've been free to play this entire time. Although, y'all had a chance to change that, but it didn't happen. But I've been free to play on FGO this entire time.
Of the SSRs in my roster. In fact, I don't even have 50% of it. This is due to the game's extremely stingy rates, but I'll go over that in due time. I don't have in-depth experience with every single playstyle or team, and it's not feasible for me to ever reach that point as a low spender. I'm familiar with the Fate franchise, having watched Zero and Stay Night, so I know what the Holy Grail War refers to. I know about the most iconic.
At this point, I watched all the Fate movies. I watched Zero. I watched, what else did I watch? I watched most of the FGO movies. What else am I missing? I read like 1 or 2 of the mangas. I already screwed this thing up. Dang it. That's a bad one. Dang it. I took out a chunk. This is a bad one. Dang it. Wait a minute. Isn't there another one? Hold on. Wait. Don't I have an alternative? I do. Dang it. Alright. I screwed that cut up bad. That one got jacked up. Dang it. Oh well. But anyways, let's keep going.
Characters, and I know what mana transfer means. In short, my relationship with the Fate franchise is pretty lukewarm. I wouldn't consider myself a dedicated Fate fan, but I'm familiar with it. I play on the North America servers, which is 2 years behind the Japanese one. This means I won't have all the hands-on experience for the content that is yet to be released, but I will consider JP content to the best of my knowledge. If you've been playing FGO for a long time, and when you saw the length of the video, I think you have a very good idea what I'll be talking about for the next hour and a half. I want to make it very clear that any of my critiques or opinions on the game is directed to the game and its developers, not to its community and content creators. Undoubtedly, there will be many longtime fans watching this video. In fact, you might be an FGO veteran or streamer reacting to this video right now. Well, if that's the case, you should thank me for the 2 hours of free content that I just provided, and if you're going to upload the reaction video in full without any significant edits onto YouTube, then please wait until this video reaches 3 weeks of age before uploading it. If this
it's been a couple of months, so I think I'm okay.
condition is not met, then dislike the reaction video, unsubscribe from the channel immediately, and also block the channel. Thank you. Okay, let's talk about Fate. It's one of the biggest franchises in Japan, and I think Western fans don't really have a good grasp of just how huge it is. During its peak, FGO had the highest number of entries at Comiket in Japan, and it's not even close between it and second place, though VTubers and Blue Archive seem to be dominating the list these days. It was more talked about than Fortnite and PUBG, and amassed hundreds of millions of dollars in the first 3 years of runtime. Fate is an absolute cultural phenomenon in Japan, so if there was a way to get the best of the franchise right at your fingertips, you bet a game like that is gonna garner a lot of attention. Unlike other IP-based gacha games, FGO actually expands on the lore of the series quite a lot, bringing in many new flavors to the franchise. For those that never played it, even now, FGO sits comfortably in the top 10 earners in terms of worldwide monthly revenue, which means it shouldn't be unfair to assume that the game is doing a lot of things right. Okay, so my expectations are sky high now. You are one of the best, right? I chose FGO because I heard the story was really good. In fact, this is my one weakness when it comes to choosing new gachas to play. For whatever reason, the gacha game industry is...
I'm just gonna let you know. That's if you stick with it. I was gonna tell you, get past the first 2 chapters, and then it starts picking up.
Home to some of the best storytelling imaginable. If you say your game has a good story, I will play it. I went into it with an open mind. I knew how atrociously bad the gacha rates were, but I thought if I didn't focus on that, I just try to enjoy the story instead, there shouldn't be any problems. If you ask anyone what FGO is most known for, A lot of its emphasis is on the narrative and characters, primarily the design and illustrations. So, if you point at a piece of Yugioh artwork and say, "That looks AI generated," that is one of the most offensive things you can say to this community. In the end, enjoy the story, I sure did, but I had no clue what I was walking into. So, business as usual, I will start by doing a background check on the developers of the game I'm reviewing. Yugioh was developed by a small indie Japanese studio called Delightworks. It was later rebranded to Lasengo, who was later acquired by Aniplex in 2022, who now manages both the JP and the NA servers. To my understanding, Delightworks was a relatively unknown company that was contracted to develop a Fate mobile game alongside one of the original series' primary writers, Kinoku Nas, who assisted with writing the prologue chapter of the game and whose name also phonetically translates to mushroom eggplant. How this one company got the rights for the Fate IP, I have no idea. Nas, alongside Takashi Takeuchi as the illustrator, formed the visual novel company Type Moon, with their debuting visual novel Tsukihime, released in the year 2000. Fate Stay Night was their first commercially released visual novel in 2004,
Really good, by the way. Tsukihime is really good.
with a follow-up sequel in 2005. I've never seen it myself, but it was immensely popular at the time. Fate in general has grown into a long-standing franchise with multiple forms of media. There's a lot of cool stuff you can find if you look hard enough. They got some other works under their belt as well, but there's no denying that these two are industry veterans. They have influence regarding the direction of Yugioh narratively, with Nas taking the lead on writing the main story chapters. Yugioh was Delightworks' first major project, and I did some digging, but they're also the authors of 2 other games. In 2020, they also released a new gacha game called Sakura Kakume, which is based on the JRPG series Sakura Wars. Well, I'll probably cover this in more detail in a future video, but long story short, this game bombed hard. Huge loss on revenue and investment, it was shut down after 6 months. Looks like the popularity of the IP couldn't carry them this time. Guess the success of Yugioh must have gone to their head, and the terminated game is suspiciously missing on Lasengo's website. I know what you did, Delightworks, you can't hide from me. In 2021, they also announced an untitled new game, presumably also gacha, but the teaser site and the trailer have been taken down quietly sometime in 2022. The URL to the site gives an error and the video is privated. Well, since no one said that I'm not allowed to show it, and since someone in the comments conveniently archived it, here is the trailer for that untitled game. It basically shows a scene rendered in Unreal Engine 4, which is what it was advertised for. Then the screen pans to some imagery depicting some cyberbullying themes, the camera pans to some horror elements, then a cut to the teaser screen. No title, no release date. As for the site, it's no longer accessible. But I wonder if... No, it can't be that easy.
The way back.
So we can't see what the background was anymore, but essentially the game was detailed as a new project for Delightworks using a new engine. There really isn't much to go on except for the teaser page, which is pretty bare bones. But we can confirm the DW and Unreal Engine logo at the bottom. Who knows, maybe this project will resurface under Lasengo's authorship. Only time will tell. Overall, it's a company with few projects, but Yugioh's scale has expanded way beyond anyone's expectations. So, let's finally talk about it. Yugioh JP launched in August of 2015 and the NA server July in 2017.
Oh, no.
Well, when it first launched, the game wasn't in the prettiest shape. Obviously, the game...
Alright, there we go. I don't know why that didn't work, but yeah, I think I started playing Yugioh right before... I think I said this on this channel before. I'll do a video about it in the future, just in case y'all don't want to see the live stream if I ever get to it. But yeah, my first time playing Yugioh was right before the Latoria banner. Lancer Latoria banner.
Engine had 9 years to be polished at this point, so the NA side didn't experience much of the bugs. But to the uninitiated Yugioh player, you might be wondering, damn, the UI for the game kinda looks outdated. Yes, that's exactly right. Even by 2015 standards, this didn't look too good. Pokemon Go released in the same year, and mobile game staples like Clash of Clans had already been released with more intuitive UI. There's a lot of general jank compared to other gacha games in terms of today's standards, but the UI will get its turn later in the video. The main thing to remember here is that the FGO project was not the most well thought out or the most well developed. It was originally created as a cash grab mobile game. The original launch had a risk of being shut down based on the number of bugs and optimization issues right then and there. I went back and took a look at the maintenance periods throughout the launch in 2015, and you can see just how often the game went down. In fact, there was a running joke among the JP players at the time known as the legendary 18 minutes, where the game was available to play for a whopping third of an hour. I think Delightworks deserves a pat on the back for that one. During its first Halloween event, there was a limited quest that only lasted for 1 hour. Everyone tried to log in, which overloaded the servers. This flimsily put together game engine will be the crux of a lot of FGO's problems down the line. Let's keep this in mind going forward. So since FGO often ranks in the top 10 and sometimes even top 5 of monthly gacha earners, it shouldn't be unreasonable to have high expectations for it, like in terms of production quality, gameplay, and update schedules. So in Vagrant Order, you play as the Master of Chaldea, a novice rookie mage that happened to be at the right place at the right time, who is also canonically heavily implied as underage, despite what the doujins depict. Chaldea is part of a research foundation for magecraft. In 2015, the institution predicted that humanity will reach extinction 2 years later. In order to find the cause of this anomaly, Chaldea has conducted ray shifts into previous eras and found several singularities corrupting humanity's timeline. Tasked with restoring the foundations of humanity by recovering 7 singularities formed by the omnipotent Holy Grails, the Master, alongside his or her kohai, Mash Kyrielite, Da Vinci, who is a MILF in the Fate universe, Dr. Roman, Olga
I hate stickers so much.
Mary, and Professor Lev, and you go on a grand mission to recover the Grails and delete these singularities, preventing humanity from extinction.
One thing I'm certain of is that you're evil!
Thank you for crafting this sword for me.
Still gotta watch that.
Now, if I were to describe FGO's gameplay, it would look like an iceberg. On the surface, it looks deceptively simple, but there are so many hidden mechanics that the game doesn't tell you. At its absolute core, FGO features turn-based combat, where you will form a party of 3 servants, with 3 backline members that will replace the servants that perish on the front lines. Each servant is equipped with 3 skills that have cooldowns for a certain amount of specified turns. You will also select a friend support as one of the 6 options, but unlike in some other gachas, you have to select a support. Except for special cases, you cannot bring 6 of your own units into a level. The units you bring can also be equipped with an artifact item called Craft Essence, often abbreviated as CE. The rarity of the unit and CE contribute to the total cost of the party, with the higher rarities costing more. Even if you reach the higher player levels, you cannot bring a full party of 5-star units or CEs, so you do have to at least use a few units of lesser rarities, or just give up a slot entirely. Luckily, something else I quite like about FGO is that some of the low rarity units are actually pretty good, and a couple I still run in the late game. The typical team consists of 2 supports and 1 DPS on field, but this is not a hard requirement and you can basically run whatever. The backline members exist to replace downed servants, and the last slot, usually referred to as an anchor, is used by a strong solo unit with great survivability to close out the fight before you run out of steam. Each servant has 5 cards in a deck, and it consists of 3 card types. They will have access to their Noble Phantasm, so when the NP gauge is at 100% or above, the NP card can be selected during your turn as its own separate card. Each non-NP card, also referred to as a face card, can also crit, depending on the number of stars currency you have.
I hate that this white part in the front, they had to make it a sticker. They couldn't just make it like a piece that you put on top. I hate that. Because it's big enough and thick enough to do it. But anyways, we're done with the head. Now it's on to the arms. Oh, man. The arms are like going to take a sec. Well, let's cut the right one. So K21, K11, K22. Alright, let's go with the K's.
1 star equates to 10%, but since critting is an all-or-nothing mechanic, you're gonna have times where you hit a 10% chance and miss 90% ones. The 3 card types in the game are Buster, which does the most damage, generates a small amount of stars, and does not increase your MP gauge. Arts, which does medium damage, generates the most MP gauge and generates very little to no stars, and Quick, the weakest card type in terms of strength, generates the most stars and increases the NP gauge by a little. Each servant has a slightly different deck, so the 3 card types can be distributed a bit differently. During a turn, the game will select 5 cards at random, and you will choose 3 to use. Since there are 3 servants totaling 15 cards, they will cycle through every 3 turns, assuming you don't specifically use a deck shuffle effect. The 3 cards selected will have its effects modified depending on which ones you picked. The first card, often referred to as the lead card, will determine the effects of the subsequent 2. Buster will slightly increase the damage, Arts will slightly increase the NP gain, and Quick will increase the number of stars.
The one thing on this game that I'm weak at is Quick. I am horrible at Quick. I am great and I am perfect in Buster and Arts. But Quick, yeah, not really good in Quick. It's the one place in my account as weak as that is Quick. You know what? I like how it came out last time. I'm just going to do it this way. So I like how it came out last time. Alright. Alright, let's keep going.
Gained, and all cards will get a plus 20% crit chance. If all 3 cards selected are Buster cards, then the entire attack chain will increase its damage through something called the Buster chain. If all 3 are Arts, then any servant cards associated in the chain will gain a 20% MP gauge while increasing the gain itself, and if all 3 are Quick, then 20 stars are instantly generated, and all cards will get a plus 20% crit chance. If the chain contains one of each type, then you will get a small bonus of all 3. Through something called the QAB chain or the Mighty chain. If the chain only contains cards from a single servant, they will perform an additional 4th attack at the end called a Brave chain. It's worth noting that you can combine a Brave chain with the other types, so you can do Buster Brave chains, Arts Brave chains, and onwards. It's also worth noting that even if a servant does not have 3 of the same card type in their deck, if their NP card can make up for the missing one, they can still perform a chain with it. Each NP can either deal damage or grant buffs or debuffs. There is also a unique overcharge ability for each. While the NP itself is usable at 100%, if you pull additional copies of the character, you can charge it to 200 or even 300. Overcharge level goes up to 5, and if the NP is used at 200% gauge, it will have a level 2 overcharge.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together. 1 subscription, 2 apps. Try 1 month free.
You're not going to see a level 5 overcharge NP very often, but another type of attack chain is something called the NP chain, where if you place an NP right after another, then the subsequent one will increase 1 overcharge level. You can even chain 3 in a row, but if you split up the 2 NP cards like this, then it will not count as an NP chain, and no overcharge will happen. You can freely target an enemy before an attack is initiated, but there's no way to change the target for each individual attack card. If the enemy is defeated, then the game will auto-select the rightmost enemy for the next attack to hit. If you select 2 or more face cards belonging to the same servant, they will keep attacking the same target even if their health is 0. But the targeting priority is changed if you use an MP card or use another servant's face cards. So for example, if I use the Brave chain here, then the servant would just keep hammering on the same enemy. But if I put their NP card in the middle, then the first attack kills the rightmost enemy, so since the NP counts as a different card type, then the third one and the extra attack will finish off the last on the left. The thing is, the game doesn't tell you this, it's just something that you have to figure out for yourself. There is also a class system with damage advantages, where a class will deal double damage and only take half damage to another. So for example, Sabers have advantage over Lancers, who beats Archers, who beats Sabers. The same loop exists for the 3 classes of Riders, Casters, and Assassins, and Berserkers dealing 1.5 times damage to all other classes while dealing double damage from them. Rulers deal neutral damage to all the aforementioned classes and only take 0.5 times damage back from them, except Berserkers, while also having full class advantage towards Moon Cancers, who beats Avengers, who beats Rulers. Foreigners have full class advantage towards Berserkers, meaning this is the only class where Berserkers will deal half damage too. Foreigners also deal and take double damage from other foreigners, and also have class advantage towards Pretenders. Now, Pretenders have half class advantage towards the Knight classes, or Sabers, Archers, and Lancers, where they deal 1.5 times damage towards them, but only dealing half damage for the Cavalry classes of Riders, Casters, and Assassins. But all of these classes will deal neutral damage back, and the Pretenders also have full class advantage towards Alter Egos, and these guys are the other way around. They deal 1.5 times damage to the Cavalry classes, but half to the Knight classes, and they loop right back to having full advantage towards Foreigners. There's also the elusive Shielder class, who takes and deals complete neutral damage to all classes. But there's only one Shielder in the entire game, and that is your Eggplant Kohai. It's basically a very elaborate game of rock, paper, scissors. That being said, since I've got a sizable amount of gacha games under my belt at this point, FGO's class system is the most extreme I've seen. Usually a class where element can deal a bit more extra damage to another, but dealing double damage while only taking half damage from an enemy is kind of a big deal. Even if a servant does special damage towards an enemy with a specific trait, why not just bring someone with full class advantage? Each servant also has a set of passive abilities, which are usually just small bonuses here and there, but some of the recent ones can get pretty creative. For each battle, you are also equipped with something called a Mystic Code, essentially just an outfit that gives 3 master skills for you to use. These can range from anything from healing a servant, switching the order of a backline member, or shuffling your deck. On the upper right corner, you can also carry up to 3 command spells. You can use them to heal a servant back to full, fill the MP gauge, or using all 3, literally bring your entire party back to life and fill their MP gauges. One is refreshed every day at server reset, though the 9th anniversary will refresh all 3 per day on JP now. If only Shiro had this ability in Stay Night. Now, I normally don't do a section for story content in these reviews, but since FGO is well known for it, representing a big part of its cultural significance and popularity, let's talk about it. So after the Fuyuki prologue chapter, Kinoku Nas was hands-off in writing the first couple singularities. To put it plainly, the first 5 chapters of the story, how do I describe it? Oh yeah, not so good. Because the game was originally created as a cash grab, the story was pretty much non-existent. Orleans was really just a fan service for John, one of the most popular Fate characters, and Septum was really just fan service for Nero Claudius, who has turned into a waifu in this universe. When they adapted FGO into anime, they only adapted the prologue and singularities 6, 7, and the finale. The story battles were not very creative either, and the difficulty is pretty much a joke. That is, until you actually get to the good part. They realized that despite all the game's shortcomings, the game was doing well. In an effort to increase player interest, they thought, wait a minute, people are actually playing this. Maybe we should actually write some good stories. The Camelot arc was the first to receive proper care from writers, with Nas coming back as the primary.
Camelot is a really, oh yeah, I love Camelot. Camelot's really good. Camelot's one of my favorite chapters in FGO. I can admit that. I freaking love Camelot.
Director. There was an infamous difficulty spike where this guy with the power of the sun stops you right in your tracks. Now, I often prefer games with a more gradual slope for difficulty, but as I mentioned in the Path to Nowhere review, I understand that some players actually like sudden difficulty spikes like this one, where it forces you to approach the game differently, and you can't just solve anything with your broken friend supports. Anyways, Camelot represented a major turning point in FGO's development. Alongside the next singularity, Babylonia, the game was able to reach the apex of its popularity in the 2016 and 2017 period. The world genuinely felt alive and the characters were fleshed out. The fights were no longer huge enemies with inflated health bars, and some bosses have some pretty interesting gimmicks. For the time, I didn't regret my decision to start this game at all. I mean, the story was scattered in bite-sized pieces, so I didn't have to commit too long when I was commuting to university at the time. I mean, the full party revives with the command spells makes it so that even if you don't care about pulling for meta units, you can still enjoy the story despite the difficult encounters. After Babylonia, it was time for the finale of the main story chapters. The Solomon raid of 2016 was arguably FGO at its peak. All masters were tasked with bringing down the 6 demon pillars in order to access the final boss and finish the story. It was an exciting era, and there was no better time to be playing FGO. And the final boss encounter, possibly one of the hardest for its time, was truly challenging and deserving of its hype. Or, you can just cheese it. Anyways, after the main arc concluded, there were also 4 filler chapters. These are just whatever. I like some of them, but ultimately these chapters are optional. And so, Arc 2 of the main story, known as Cosmos in the Lost Belt, where you're tasked with, again, solving 7 singularities where a tree of emptiness is corrupting that timeline. Teaming up with MASH, Sherlock Holmes, which I'm not sure how FGO got the license to use that name, since Ace Attorney had to change it to Sherlock Sholmes. Gordoff, the pompous new director, and also Da Vinci, who has turned into a lolly. Arc 2 is still ongoing to this day, even on the JP service 7 years later. I think a lot of the aspects of storytelling and gameplay have improved in the second arc. The bosses have the break bar mechanic, where you can only deplete a maximum of 1 bar per turn, so you can't just stack every possible buff in existence and blow away the boss in a single turn. The designs are more intricate, where there's some encounters where you're actually up against another master. I know the events are scripted and it's really just sprites moving across the screen, but all these small touches really makes it feel like you're battling in the Fate universe. I think what something Arc 2 does really well is really encapsulating the feeling of hopelessness. You barely escape from Chaldea, you're in a foreign snowy region, and you don't know how close or how many the enemies are. One moment you're up against the ruler of China from the Qin dynasty, then you're trying to take down the Olympian gods. There are animated cutscenes now, and some of the Lost Belts, especially the later ones, are genuinely very well written. Lost Belt 6 represents such a bombshell that if someone argued it was the best story arc in a gacha game ever, I would not even contest it. On the JP side, these 7 Lost Belts have ended, but there was a new sub-arc called Ordeal Call that continues part 2. The basic takeaway is that FGO has some of the strongest story writing in gacha gaming, especially getting into the later chapters. It is very good. The only thing is that if you are interested in diving into the lore, there's no skip function to go straight to the Lost Belts. You have to slog through the early chapters first. We will talk about that later, but for now, let's start the critique. Strap in, this is a long one.
There's more to love with YouTube Music Premium. Listen to ad-free songs and discover new podcasts anytime, anywhere. Try 1 month free.
For the remainder of the video, I will be giving the usual below, within, or above expectations rating for each section, starting with progression. I will critique FGO with the exact same metrics as any other gacha games I have reviewed. I do not care about any limitations with FGO's shoddy engine. If a common feature is not available based on 2024 standards, then I will simply say that it's missing that feature and that it's not up to my standards. It's up to Lasango or Aniplex to address the problems that the game may have. I feel the need to clarify this because I know people will say that some of FGO's problems can be excused since the game engine is so old. I personally disagree. Since Aniplex makes so much money from this game, it should be a reasonable assumption that they do have the budget and the capability of addressing some of them. And it would be unfair to make an exception to FGO when the same standards were held to all the other games I've reviewed.
Okay.
The gameplay may be from another era, meaning the core loop cannot be changed, and that is fine. I actually think in terms of the UI's aesthetics, it's oddly old school and unique. FGO is a turn-based visual novel style gacha, and it should stay that way. There's a reason I don't judge the gameplay in my reviews. I can't simply say that an open world game is better than a visual novel. That would be comparing apples and oranges. No one wants to fundamentally change FGO into an open world or shooter game. When someone compares one of FGO's features to another game, what you need to understand is that they're not comparing the premise and genre of them. They are comparing the quality and standard when it comes to handling that feature, of what they, including myself, believe should be reasonable expectations. For example, developer feedback. How often does the development team respond to players and improve upon what's there? It doesn't matter what genre of game it is, developer responsiveness is universally important for building goodwill and trust of the player base. How about a crossplay feature? Players should be able to seamlessly carry their progress to another device and continue playing from there. Doesn't matter what genre of game it is. Crossplay is a standard modern feature in these mobile games. Not having it doesn't make FGO have its own unique identity. It makes it an inferior product. A review is ultimately an informed opinion. I will judge FGO based on my standards and expectations. You might have a different set of standards and disagree, and that is okay, but this is my review. So, Progression in Yugioh. Let's talk about it. Using the time-gated currency called AP, you can use it to clear certain levels to gain certain upgrade materials or progress in the story. I should note it's one of those games where everything requires it. If you run out, you actually just can't do anything. Luckily, the game is quite generous with these apples that restore AP, but if you're a veteran, you'll know to save up these apples to farm certain events that have better drop rates. All servants can be ascended 4 times, and their default level cap depends on the rarity. 1 stars have a cap of level 60, 2 stars at 65, 3 stars at 70, 4 stars at 80, and 5 stars at 90. This means low rarity units get shafted pretty hard here since their stats are gonna be gimped. The majority of the low rarities considered good are either ones that give supportive buffs, taunters, or just kill themselves off so a better unit can take their place. For 3 of the ascensions, you also unlock a new appearance for the servants' in-game sprites. And again, you can see that low rarities get gimped here since most of them just add an extra article of clothing while the SSRs change their sprites completely. Leveling servants uses an item called Ember, which is farmable via one of the daily nodes. Except unlike a common currency like any other gacha game, Embers physically take up a slot in your inventory. While this is usually not an issue most of the time, it's just a hassle to micromanage it, since all other gachas I played just have leveling materials as a currency. Speaking of which, Yugioh does have QP as its common gold currency for pretty much any types of upgrades. This is again farmed via one of the daily nodes. The numerous other upgrade materials are either farmed via a free quest in the game world or purchased from the shop, usually during events. Most will argue that it's best to hold out until an event sells them, since it's typically not so AP efficient if you do farm it manually and drops are not guaranteed, so you can literally run through the level multiple times just to get nothing. There is a separate type of upgrade cards called faux pas, which you can feed to a servant to permanently raise their base stats. You can feed up to 1000 points of faux pas for HP and attack respectively. You can raise it for another 1000 with gold faux pas, which is given out a bit more infrequently. When leveling skills, the cooldown of the skill is decreased by 1 turn whenever the skill hits level 6 and 10, which is the maximum, and I don't believe there has been an exception to this rule. Craft essences can also be leveled and limit broken, lower rarities having a lower cap than the higher ones. These can give either HP or attack or a combination of both. You can level them by using other CEs or specific XP CEs. If you pull multiple copies of a unit, you can upgrade their NP level, which increases the damage, assuming that it actually does damage, or the potency of any buffs or debuffs. The NP level can go up to a maximum of 5, but the biggest change will be from NP level 1 to 2, which grants the most amount of damage increase, while the later ones slowly give diminishing returns. NP levels will also increase the default overcharge limit so that you can raise your NP gauge above 100%. Since some low rarities are pretty good too, you can basically just imagine this as a freebie.
Appreciate it. It's alright. It's alright. I ain't worried about it. I'm still gonna be here.
Of a servant's 5 cards can also be equipped with a command code. They are essentially small boosts whenever that card is used, like generating stars or NP, afflicting a status effect, and so on. Command codes can be obtained via clearing certain event quests, some of them pulled on the friend point gacha too. Most of the time, these are small upgrades to your characters, but there are a couple units that can benefit a lot from these, such as Robin Hood, who deals more damage to targets afflicted with poison. A servant's command cards can be strengthened by using an item called Beast's Footprint. You can get one of these every 7 days of login. I mostly forget this thing even exists, but in case a certain card is used by that unit a lot, you can put upgrades into this.
Oh crap, I didn't even know that.
You can increase the...
I've been playing this for so long, I didn't even know that at all. I did not know that you could do that, and I got plenty of those things.
Max level cap of a servant to 100 using Holy Grails, which increases by 5 levels when used before level 90 and 2 levels after that. You can level to the absolute maximum of level 120, but it takes an absurd amount of resources and another currency called servant coins belonging to that respective servant. Now here's a new type of upgrade that not everyone was pleased with. With the introduction of servant coins, you can also unlock something called append skills for each unit. Essentially just 3 new passive abilities to enhance them even more. Like starting each encounter with their MP gauge partially filled, These can be leveled to 10, same as normal skills, except you get servant coins by increasing their bond level or by pulling additional copies. As it currently stands, you actually can't get enough coins to unlock everything unless you pull additional copies above the maximum amount of MP levels for 4 and 5 stars. This wasn't a very popular move since the game essentially increased the level of grind you have to do for each servant without actually offering any kind of new significant content. You're not forced to do it by any means, but you'll have to live with the fact that what used to be the theoretical maximum now has its bar raised, and your beloved level 100 servant is no longer performing at their absolute best. Lastly, there are bond levels, which functionally doesn't change much gameplay-wise, but unlocks new voice lines in the menu. At bond level 10, you get a unique bond CE for that servant, but this is widely debated as a questionable mechanic since the stats on that CE is fixed and gimped to provide less bonuses than a normal CE. The majority of them are not used, but there are some that are pretty good. An easy solution is to just add the effects of the CE as an additional passive ability, but that would actually require work from Lasengo's end. You can increase the bond past level 10, but doing so requires a Lantern of Chaldea, which is given out rather infrequently. These are the ways you can beef up servants. When you complete daily quests and through other means, you get a currency called Mana Prisms, which can be spent in the monthly shop rotation for resources. When you pull an additional...
Okay, yep, I lost it. It dropped it, I don't know where it dropped to. Not in the trash can, which sucks. Well, no, it actually doesn't suck. That's not in the trash can. Where did it? Where did it last to? Oh no, alright. It sucks. I gotta look for it. Alright. I'm lucky and then I became unlucky. Alright. Where's this part? Oh, is that? Oh, yes, it did. Yeah, okay. It went straight into the trash can. I was right. Alright, I found it. Right into the trash can. Right into the trash can. Jeez.
A copy of a servant that is max limit broken, that is also a 4 or 5 star, you get units of Rare Prism. Normally, free-to-plays won't get a lot of these, but they occasionally give a few during events and campaigns. You can also set a friend support list for other players to use, equipped with their own CEs. When someone uses your servants, you get friend points or FP, which can be by increasing their bond level or by pulling additional copies. As it currently stands, you actually can't get enough coins to unlock everything unless you pull additional copies above the maximum amount of MP levels for 4 and 5 stars. This wasn't a very popular move since the game essentially increased the level of grind you have to do for each servant without actually offering any kind of new significant content. You're not forced to do it by any means, but you'll have to live with the fact that what used to be the theoretical maximum now has its bar raised, and your beloved level...
Yeah, the grind's pretty rough in this game, I'll be honest. The grind is rough.
100 servant is no longer performing at their absolute best. Lastly, there are bond levels, which functionally doesn't change much gameplay-wise, but unlocks new voice lines in the menu. At bond level 10, you get a unique bond CE for that servant, but this is widely debated as a questionable mechanic since the stats on that CE is fixed and gimped to provide less bonuses than a normal CE. The majority of them are not used, but there are some that are pretty good. An easy solution is to just add the effects of the CE as an additional passive ability, but that would actually require work from Lasengo's end. You can increase the bond past level 10, but doing so requires a Lantern of Chaldea, which is given out rather infrequently. These are the ways you can beef up servants. When you complete daily quests and through other means, you get a currency called Mana Prisms, which can be spent in the monthly shop rotation for resources.
Yep.
When you pull an additional copy of a servant that is max limit broken, that is also a 4 or 5 star, you get units of Rare Prism. Normally, free-to-plays won't get a lot of these, but they occasionally give a few during events and campaigns. You can also set a friend support list for other players to use, equipped with their own CEs. When someone uses your servants, you get friend points or FP, which can be used to pull on the FP gacha.
For anyone who has used mine, I just want to say thank y'all. I appreciate it.
We will go over that in due time though. Now, progression at FGO can be a bit weird. If we exclude the daily farming nodes for Embers or QP, the ideal way to gain these resources efficiently is by just waiting for specific events that have better drop rates, such as raids or lotto events. Now, this is fine, except this game is primordial and there's no quick farm or sweep function. You could painstakingly do each level the normal way, but there is a better method. From community efforts, you can do something called 3-turn farming, where if you have a compatible damage dealer and a meta support, and if you bring another meta support from your front list, the idea is that since buffs last 3 turns, and there are usually 3 waves of enemies, if there's a way to use a damage dealing NP every turn for 3 turns, you could beat the level with minimum effort and clear time. As of now, there are multiple ways to achieve this, with each of the 3 card types, though quick is a little bit scuffed. You'll have to wait until one of these meta supports go on raid up, but getting one of them can make your life significantly easier.
I wonder if he has one on Epic 7. After this one, I'll see if he has another one.
The fated battle returns in a remastered form. Become a pilot in the turbulent world of mobile.
Even with 3-turn farming, because you're generally going to use your AP apples for these events, it's still going to take quite a while to tap away and use up all of it. And you technically don't have to do this, but because the value of these raids and lotto events are so huge, this is what the community would generally advise you to do for progression. Since NA is 2 years behind JP, you can literally predict which events will come out at roughly what time and prepare for them. Progression is the least of FGO's concerns. I know there's some quality of life features missing, like auto farm or fusion mechanics to craft certain materials, but the grind is pretty par for the course for a gacha game. It gets a within expectations rating from me. In terms of progression alone, I think it's fine, but the idea for waiting for specific events to progress faster is admittedly quite unique in the gacha space, but I don't think it's deserving of a failing grade. Okay, so that last portion you just heard there was the original version of the script. However, now that the 9th anniversary announcements have come out, an egregious thing they did was adding 2 new append skills. One that increases the crit damage, and another that literally reduces the cooldown of a unit's skills for 1 time. This is actually kind of a big deal. From my 2 years of playing, I never really gave it that much thought, since 1 copy of an SSR is enough to unlock 1 append skill, and typically it wouldn't be that big of a bonus anyways, and I was willing to give it a pass. Now though, this has changed. If we assume that no changes are made to the servant coin system, this makes it so that if you want to max out a servant, you literally have to pull multiple copies of them to do so. I understand there's usually a way for players to limit break units in a gacha game for more power, but this is too much. Not only are the limit breaks more desirable than before, you have to spend more resources and time grinding away at it. I will touch on the 9th anniversary announcements again near the end of the video. I was originally going to bump down the rating, but given they were able to respond to the situation by allowing you to transfer an append skill in place of another, it's at least something. I don't know if any changes will come to the servant coin system. It hasn't done so for the past 2 years. I'll stick with the original rating, but just know this is teetering very close. Gacha and monetization. Here we go.
Yeah.
FGO is infamously known for
I just want, yep. And my next target is coming in like 2 days from this live stream, so, and I'm definitely going to do a short on it, so that will be coming back, but, yeah, that's how I feel.
for its brutal gacha system. Even long-term players will nod their heads and agree, saying, yeah, we know, it's hell. But just how bad is it? Well, aside from the friend point gacha, where 1 and 2 stars come from, FGO has had the almost iconic 1% 5-star drop chance, and a 3% for 4 stars. You roll using the gacha currency Saint Quartz, and each pull costs 3 units, with a free pull for every 10th time you roll on it. See, at its launch, if you looked at the cash shop to buy quartz with real money, it actually gave you a lesser amount versus what we have now. Even as of current time, this quartz top-up shop is the only place you can spend money on the game. There's no daily deals or flash sales that may tempt you. This is also the only gacha game reviewed so far that does not have a 30-day welcome or battle pass system. Whether you think it's out of goodwill or out of incompetence for not knowing how to monetize their game, what lies is a fact that if you do spend money on the game, you have to do it here. In other words, you know exactly what you're doing. As for the SSR rate up, there is a 0.8% chance to drop, or 80% of the 1% overall chance. But this actually used to be only 0.7% in the past, and the free 11th pull didn't exist. For the rate up SR, there is a 1.5% or 50-50 coin flip of it being the rate up, but this has increased to 2.1% as of the 7th anniversary. After 330 pulls, if you still have not received the rate up SSR, you are guaranteed to pull it. If you're wondering why it's 330, that's due to the 11th free pull after 30 multis, or the equivalence of 900 SQ. What's more, the pity is disabled when you pull the first copy of the rate up, and it does not carry over to the next banners. I'm just gonna straight out say it. This is a laughable excuse of a pity system. Okay, so this is a last minute addition, but as of the announcements of the 9th anniversary, the pity system still doesn't carry over across banners, but it's no longer disabled after 1 trigger. It's still 900 quartz for the limit, so baby steps, am I right? See, there's a popular saying in the player base: you don't choose the servant chooses you. A couple years ago, this pity system actually didn't even exist. If you are not able to pull the rate up, then you better keep trying until you do. Not only that, it was common for a rate up banner to feature multiple 4-star characters, and the rate up would rotate on a daily basis or every 2 days. Players would roll on the banner when their desired 4-star was on rate up, since the chance to pull it is 1.5%, half of the 3%. But when the pity was introduced, banners now split the rate up chance for 2 4-star servants, meaning the individual rates to pull either is now split even more. I look at the many forums where players weren't able to pull 1 copy of their desired unit even after months of saving and spending an obscene amount of money. And I just thought to myself, this is literally just a PNG file. You're spending hundreds of dollars for this? Now, I've seen some pretty brain-dead takes on this matter, saying that FGO's rates are fair and generous.
For the architects of today, the future is yours to build. With GitHub Copilot and Visual Studio.
You know what I say in response? Bullshit. A non-transferable pity that gets disabled after 1 use and requires 300 pulls to activate. Ask yourself this: is this really acceptable in 2024? Nikkei has the Spark system where you can hang on to these mileage tickets for as many and for as long as you want, traded for 200 per rate-up character. Limbus Company's top-up packs are so generous that the $1 pack can buy you 10 daily pulls with the first top-up bonus. In Reverse 1999, after an SSR goes on an initial banner for 3 patches, they're added to the permanent pool, so Tooth Fairy released in 1.2 will be able to spook you from 1.5 and onwards. I myself have a set of standards when it comes to how a gacha system is handled. There's a reason FGO is the butt of every joke when it comes to this. Well, the rates are bad, but at least it's not as bad as FGO. That quartz count better read 900, or else you ain't guaranteeing anything. Despite all of this, FGO has one of the most dedicated and committed fan bases I've seen. During its peak in 2017-ish, FGO was leading the top charts in terms of revenue. So even without a pity system, watching people throwing away their money at this game is unimaginable to see. When your live chat literally tells you to stop pulling and pay rent instead, maybe it really is time to stop. This is when gacha games were relatively underground, but while you hear about the rise of loot boxes or grinding battle passes, FGO went completely under the radar by major Western news outlets. Despite this, this game has insane retention of its existing player base. Like a sad case of Stockholm Syndrome, there is a sizable section of players that no matter how poorly the game treats them, they will keep playing, and they will keep coming back like cockroaches. I've seen players announce that they will save up for the next 2 years, then go all in on one servant that they saw on the Japanese servers. That is true dedication. It should be made clear that not getting what you want after diligently saving up for months feels absolutely disheartening. It feels like the game is not respecting your time and dedication. In today's gacha...
How many times have I said I rage quit this game? I think I rage quit this game like, I don't know. I think I'm on my 8th rage quit already. And I came back. So yeah. They're not wrong. All right, yep, that's it. Okay, what time is it? 11:24. Okay, cool. I think I'm moving kind of slow. Let's see if I can speed this up.
A pity is the one trump card that you have as a player. It's the safety net to catch you in case you get screwed by bad RNG. And in my opinion, is considered a standard to have. I've stated this in a previous video, but if a gacha game I review does not have a pity system, then it's an instant failing grade for this section. The pity is the light at the end of the tunnel. No matter how atrocious your luck is, you can at least see the finishing line in distance. Because if it doesn't exist, then aren't you just gambling? I know reaching 330 pulls without the rate up is unlikely, but the chance of it is not 0. I know this because it's actually happened to me once. It's like a creeping sense of anxiety that you know that you can throw hundreds if not thousands of dollars at the game and it will refuse you to give you what you want. It has happened before, and it will keep happening.
Yeah.
Going back and looking at some of the forums years back really makes me want to ask, but damn, are you okay?
No.
But then again, before I start pointing fingers at people accusing them of having gambling problems, part of...
No, I'm not okay. I'm not okay at all. I'm not okay.
Blame does lie with you. You kinda chose to buy into this system, so in a way, if you believe this game isn't respecting your time and money, yet you keep playing it, that's on you. If I catch you topping up the most expensive quartz pack and you're rolling without a pity system, then I'm still gonna go, damn, you just gambled away 80 bucks. When I saw my same quartz count go from 1400 to 500, I thought to myself, what if something like this happens again? What if I save up to, let's say, 800 quartz, go for my next target, and then they just don't show up? How would I feel about the hundreds of resources that I piled up? How would I feel about the billions of QP that I have and nowhere to spend it? It's not the same as having a mileage system where the pity is retained. If you want to maximize the chances of your desired targets, you can't even try to dip into other banners. I also want to talk about the exclusivity of some servers.
Again, I've quit this game multiple times already. I've quit this game multiple times. Multiple times. Multiple times. And I mean multiple times.
The majority of the shiny 5 stars are limited, meaning you have to wait until a rerun of them to have a chance of obtaining them. There are a couple here and there that are added to the standard pool, and there's also the weird story-locked servants, where they can drop as part of the story banner, which is permanently available, except they are blended in with the standard pool as well. So even if you waste your quartz rolling on this banner and get a 5 star, you are not guaranteed to get a story-locked servant. You could just get spooked by a permanent servant instead. What is even the point of this banner? I haven't even talked about the 4 stars because Yugioh has a lot of them too, and at times, even 3 stars locked behind limited banners. This game is home to some of the most diverse and well-designed characters, both in terms of aesthetic and gameplay. I think it's such a shame that these stingy rates make getting most of them extremely inaccessible. For the record, in case I forget later, there is an item called the Unregistered Spirit Origin, or USO for short, where you can exchange 10 of them for a on-rate-up character. How do you get USOs? That's the neat part. You don't. Only if you pull an additional copy of a 5 star that you have already max limit broken can you actually get one. Due to the stingy nature of the gacha system, only mega whales will be able to take advantage of this mechanic. Even if you gave a free USO for every player, it will be completely useless for like 95% of them. In terms of other types of monetization, as stated before, there is no such thing as a 30-day supply or battle pass. Yugioh came out before the craze of battle passes in the 2017 period, but I don't see how they can't implement one now, since if there was a good way for low spenders to dip into better resources, I would actually consider paying for it. The only valid way, or I guess 2 ways, is to buy the paid Saint Quartz for the daily paid pull, which is 66% off but requiring a paid SQ instead. The other way is the special banners that occur twice a year known as the GSSR or Guaranteed SSR. These banners will include a predetermined pool of limited servants, and you are guaranteed to draw at least one of them at random. These banners can only be pulled on once, and they occur at New Year and Anniversary. They cost 15 paid quartz to participate in. 15 paid Saint quartz will cost around $15, minus some uneven purchases with the packs. In the context of gacha games, $15 for a guaranteed limited SSR is a steal. You're basically robbing Aniplex blind. Much of the player base will agree that pulling on the GSSR is a very good idea for a low spender. This year in NA, they brought an additional type of GSSR called Destiny Order Summon 1 year early. By spending 30 paid quartz, you may select a roster of 5-star characters, one from each class, in which one of them will be summoned at random.
Why didn't you come to Lucky's first birthday party?
How could I go? I wasn't even told.
Zip it and come with me. Where's Lucky?
Has anyone seen Lucky?
The community loved this change. Look at the generosity of Lysango, allowing us to spend more of our money to build our own GSSR roster. So there's a couple things I want to bring up with this. The GSSRs, including the Destiny Summon one, are considered massively valuable deals. But consider why they're thought of this way in the first place. These deals feel like heaven when compared to attempting to pull one of them manually. The gacha game developer has full control over the rates and the exclusivity of its characters. The majority of 5-stars in the game are limited, which combined with the laughable pity system makes them quite rare to get. This is a problem that the game itself has invented. And the GSSR and the Destiny Summon banners? Well, that's something I like to call create the problem, sell the solution. When you take a look at the generosity of other gacha devs, such as in Nikkei, where when you use even free gems to pull a certain amount of times during the New Year banner, it will give you an SSR selector that lets you get a copy of any non-limited character. Because the vast majority of units enter the standard pool immediately, you could choose from about 90% of the entire roster. This selector could be obtained by using free gems. So don't come in here and argue that FGO has a generous or fair gacha system, because when compared to the larger gacha space, this is not an argument that you can win. Something else I noticed is that if you go into the gacha menu of any gacha game, you can preview the kits of the unit, but that doesn't seem to be the case in FGO. So here's a question for you. Let's say I am a new player. I see that there is a rate-up banner on the 5-star character John Alter, or often abbreviated as Jolter in the community. Let's say that I'm interested in the design of this character, but I want to know what her entire kit looks like, including passives, skills, and append skills, so that I can make an informed decision whether or not I want to commit some pulls. The question is, how do I do that? See, on the gacha screen, there's no tab or info page that reveals Jolter's kit, only a page explaining the rates. There's none of that in the news section that goes over each rate-up character except for what their noble phantasm does. So how do I get that information then? Because in all the gachas I've played at this point, the entire kit is outlined in the gacha page for you to view, including their stats and skills. I am grasping at straws here, but maybe if I go into the servant roster, I can maybe pull up Jolter's kit. Except you can't see the profile of a servant that you don't own. The only feasible way to see it is by going into the friend list, find someone that has Jolter, then tap and hold on it to see the profile. See, whenever a new servant gets announced on the JP server, they showcase their NP animation, and they show what it does on a stream, but they don't actually show their full kit. Only when players pull that character can that information be added to the wiki. So here's my challenge to you. When the next servant releases on JP, make a servant guide on that unit, but you can only use information given in-game. No looking anything up on a third-party wiki. That's what I thought. You, of course, will want all the information you can on a unit before making the decision to pull for them or not. If you are making a guide, you, of course, will want other people to know all the information about a servant before recommending them to pull or not. It is truly, truly baffling that information crucial to how a character works is not displayed in-game. I'll even show an example. Earlier this year, FGO did a collab with MaHoYo, a visual novel franchise belonging to the same Type Moon universe. There was a 5-star character called Kuonji Alice. So if I go into the official FGO JP website and look for the news announcement regarding the banner and the servant details, theoretically I should be able to get all the information I need, right? Okay, let's scroll down. Alright, so here we can see Alice's max HP and attack stats, we can see what her NP does, and even a link to an animation. But where are the skills? What about the passives? What about the append skills? It should be reasonable to expect that information from the official site, right? Because if you can't, don't you find it a little odd that you can't actually see what you're potentially spending real money for? Here's Reverse 1999, another turn-based visual novel gacha that allows for 3 actions per turn. If we click on the magnifying glass on the rate of SSR, we can see their full deck, the upgrades, the Ascension passive, the raw stats, and even their limit break buffs, including the full numbers of what gets upgraded by how much. Clicking on the 4 stars, oh look, we get the exact same thing. Some gachas even let you take the character for a test drive. I know there's a few cases where FGO does put out a test trial for a new servant, like the anniversary or the New Year ones, but why not just put one out there for every character that goes on a banner? There's a few lines I want to draw that a gacha game should never cross. One of them is that the game should make it very clear what your money is buying you. I think the fact that you literally have to look up the information on an external site to get the full details is, in my opinion, a little shady. So with all these components in mind, it's only natural that I give a below expectations rating for this section. However, I do want to give a few suggestions on how the system can improve, no matter how slim the chances they'll get implemented are. First, the pity will carry over across banners, and will have its pity decrease to 220 pulls, with the equivalent of 600 sane quartz as opposed to 900. The 200 pulls mileage is quite common these days, and even then, this is still on the stingier side given most gachas are below this limit for pity anyways. Third, after a certain amount of time has elapsed, a 5 or 4 star will move to the standard pool. This is something again getting quite common in gacha games these days. Cause I think it's such a shame because FGO has a lot of cool designs for servants, even for the lower rarities. Some of them are definitely showing their age, and I'm sure a lot of players would appreciate classics like Cleopatra or Gilgamesh becoming summonable as part of the permanent pool. The wait time can be like a year. Lysenko can keep their collab units and their favorites as truly limited, but after a year, most SSRs will be able to spook you. Get rid of the story locked mechanic. Why does this even exist? You're not guaranteed a story locked servant when you pull on the banner, so if you wanted a specific one, you would have to wait until that character goes on rate up.
I should really do a video on my first year of FGO. Not to do it for a year 1.
Anyways, or alternatively, just give players a different type of summoning tickets for this banner exclusively, so they don't waste their resources on the story banner, like 5 freebie monthly pulls for it. So yeah, FGO gacha, very infamous. To sum it up briefly, that's how you're walking into.
I've been waiting for this. Come to me, Ifrit!
Next up, presentation. For the record, I do not judge gacha games for 2 primary aspects, gameplay and story. Well, technically music too. Gameplay and music are both pretty subjective. As long as there's nothing glaringly wrong with it, then I don't have a problem. The story, well, I don't think a gacha game needs to have a good story to be a good game, like how people play Epic 7 for the PvP. Story is second priority. This section on presentation mainly covers the technicalities of the visuals, the UI, the smoothness of the player experience, and so on. Let's start with the framework that FGO was built on. Because of the initial cash grab nature of the game, the engine was hastily strung together and was slowly patched over time. Many of the UI and quality of life elements feel so outdated and so out of touch with modern standards, one might wonder why not just port it to a new engine. I used to play an online card game called Gwent, back when the game was still alive. There was a major update called Homecoming that completely revamped almost every aspect of the game. CD Projekt Red ported everyone's progress to a new game and continued development from there. Of course, the main gameplay loop was kept intact, but its framework for supporting the game was improved upon. I just gotta wonder, what's stopping Lysenko or Aniplex from doing the same? The game consistently performs on the top charts, so budget is definitely not an issue. Once again, I need to reiterate that it is up to the developers to address any issues with optimization and any technicalities. I cannot give any exceptions to FGO, simply because it wouldn't be fair to the other games I've reviewed on the channel. So the story of FGO is presented in a visual novel format, but for whatever reason, they never bothered to make more than 2 lines of dialogue show up at a time, so you have to be very selective on how the words are read since you can't scroll up, unless you bring up the backlog to see what was said.
Which I do
It's
all the
weird
time.
because they have figured out how to do scalable text in some of the dialogue choices. There's absolutely no live 2D animation here, and parts of it can be forgiven since it wasn't so
My fault. Like I said, which I do all the time.
huge back then. Plus, I'm sure someone can argue that live 2D goes against the spirit of FGO and ruins the original artwork. Another thing is that the original game engine was built for those older generations of phones where the display were less wide, and when it was time to port it over to the newer displays in the 2017-ish models, it took them like a year or so to migrate the display. Before that, you could still download the game, but it would have an ugly looking border around it like this. When the display was ported over, the sprites retained their resolution, so if we blow it up on a big screen, it gets pretty pixelated. There's also no voice acting, despite the amount of revenue that gets pulled from this. It's really a shame because some of the story moments are really good, and I think a lot of Fate fans would love to see these scenes come to life with voice performances. I guess they can save the budget for the anime adaptations, but as of currently, none of the Lost Belts have been adapted to anime yet. I know it's possible to add it since some scenes, including the Valentine stories with each servant, are fully voice acted. Unlike a silent visual novel, you can't really argue that it's more immersive to imagine what the different servants sound like since they already do have voices. But hey, small indie company, am I right? Now, I've been an avid visual novel enjoyer for quite some time. I understand the importance of writing clear and concise words, but also being very flowery with it. I have no doubt that Kino Kunas is a very skilled writer. A lot of the story is extremely captivating, filled with well-established characters and lore. Not to mention the faithful localization to English. I ultimately don't have any problems with it, but I can't help but think that it could have been more. For example, let's compare this to Reverse 1999, which also does a visual novel style of storytelling. Not only is the main story and event stories fully voice acted, the character sprites are expressive and detailed, beautifully animated in live 2D and rendered cutscenes. The effort put into presenting something in a stylistic and unique way does take skill and talent. On a servant's profile, there are 3 different Ascension art, plus a special illustration for the 4th and final Ascension. However, it's quite clear that the newer and shinier 5 stars get the special treatment here, as their portrait arts change more dramatically, whereas the low rarities just kinda add a few details here and there. Technically, each servant comes with 3 skins, and for the newer units, they even have different sets of voice lines depending on which Ascension skin is applied. Something else I quite like when gacha games do this is special interactions between characters. When you level up the bond level of a servant, tapping on them in the lounge menu can sometimes trigger a line of dialogue regarding another servant if you have them in your roster. I like this. This is a very nice touch. It showcases that Chaldea is alive and the servants physically know each other, instead of only interacting with the player, making them the center of the universe. The music is also pretty good. I wouldn't say the game is known for it, but it's there. Though I wish there was a way to change the lobby music. There are skins that get introduced, but they are not paywalled. You trade for it using in-game materials and some QP. You cannot pay money for a skin in this game. Some give unique voice lines, but some are just small changes to the character sprites, which is still better than nothing. So that's the pleasantries out of the way, because for the next 10 minutes or so, I will be critiquing FGO's UI system. Typically in a gacha game, when you want to upgrade a character, you go to the character menu. You select the character you want, then you make all the upgrades from there. In FGO though, this is a bit different. There's a tab called Spirit Origins where you can see your roster, but bringing up a servant's details page, you can't actually do any upgrades from here. Even long tapping on the skills button doesn't bring you to the page. There is a separate tab that you have to go to instead called Enhance, where you have to individually decide if you want to level up a servant, the skills, the CEs, command codes, limit breaks, and grailing. Why do all these menus exist instead of a central area to do all of them? I don't know. We'll start from the top of the pile here. When leveling a servant or CE, you'll need embers or other CEs that act as XP. As mentioned previously, you have to physically select which embers to use, as some give more XP than others, and you can't use more than 20 at once. You then have to watch a cutscene of the embers being used, and even if you skip it, you have to watch the level gauge go up and the servant saying their level up line. I would really appreciate a way to skip this entirely, since the majority of gacha games these days don't have this problem. The quick select feature is there if you want to automatically filter and select embers, except this feature is not there for CEs. It's not so bad if you're just leveling a unit normally, But when you need a lot of embers for grilling, it's mind-numbingly tedious.
The bespoke AI Family Hub Plus refrigerator with AI vision inside.
I know y'all can't see
Even
what I'm
smarter
doing now,
with
but
smart
yeah.
things.
Ever feel like you lost your cool out of nowhere? Me too. But it can happen to anyone. It's tension, filling our body until, boom, we hit a breaking point. But we can get ahead of it. See how at takespacetopause.org.
Oh, that's real nice.
Now onto skills. When Yugioh was at its infancy stages, the skill descriptions were relatively simple. Except 9 years later, servant kits have become a bit more complicated. Due to the spaghetti code, the game cannot change the skill description when it's level, and there's no way to implement keywords or side menus to absorb the text, making some of them extremely cluttered and unintuitive. For example, if you take a look at Calamity Jane's skill here, the skill itself is pretty interesting. It basically does things depending on the number of crit stars you have, making you build a crit or stars oriented team. Except players are greeted with a giant wall of text. Usually, when games introduce complex mechanics, they use keywords or bolded text to strip down on the information and make it easy to digest. Due to the shoestring engine of Yugioh, this is not possible. Let's take a look at an infamous skill called Imperial Privilege. If we take a look on what the skill actually upgrades, the in-game text will simply say that there is a chance to trigger an attack or defense buff and a healing effect. Okay, so what is the chance? The level does go up, but nothing about the description changes. So my question is, what is being upgraded, and by how much? How is a new player supposed to know which skills to prioritize? And I can already hear the veteran Yugioh players shouting at their screens, "Use the wiki, it's not a big deal." And my response is, do you really think it's up to modern gaming standards to hide critical information from players and ask them to look it up on a wiki? If we take a look at what this actually upgrades, there is a base 60% chance for either the attack or defense buff to proc, and the amount actually caps out at 44% each. This would have been very nice to know in-game, such as those skills that increase the NP gauge, sometimes known as battery skills. It doesn't actually show how much of it gets filled, so again, you literally have to look it up. This is quite frustrating, since if I knew how much of the gauge would get filled up, my plays might have been different. Part of me wants to say that it's a game engine limitation, but they are able to show the numbers on append skills. Something else Yugioh does is traits, but this can get a little confusing because there are actually 3 types of these. There is alignment, which is kind of like the moral standings of a certain character, such as lawful good, neutral balance, or chaotic evil. The alignment of a servant is displayed in the profile section in the menu. There are also attributes, and all servants will be assigned 1. They're either man, earth, sky, star, or beast. In fact, there are actually hidden attribute advantages, but they're generally not considered since the change is so little. Attributes are not to be confused with traits, which are things that describe the character, such as humanoid, super large, divine, and so on. There are a number of skills or NPs that specifically target one of these niches, like Ashia Doman's ability to buff chaotic evil allies, or David dealing more damage to enemies with the giant trait, since, you know, David and Goliath. It makes sense from a lore perspective, and it's a cool concept. My only question is, here's an enemy on the field. How do I check what traits they have? What about servants? It does show their alignment chart in the profile, but what about their other traits? Summer Brynhilder has a skill that grants buffs to allies with the trait Loved Ones. Okay, what is that? Can I see a servant cast that in the roster? How would I know which allies to bring if I don't know if they have this trait? Internally, this trait is known as Brynhilder's Beloved, and it is tagged onto a handful of servants. Okay, so if I see that Bedivere here is tagged with it, then how would I know in-game that he has the trait? It doesn't list it anywhere on the profile page.
You just said it. Go to the wiki. It tells you everything you need to know.
Well, Berserker Ku Hule. His profile has the alignment of chaotic evil, vastly different than Bedivere's lawful good. The alter ego Okita Alter has the loved one trait, but the summer version does not. Let's take a look at another trait. The servant Gilgamesh has the special damage modifier to servants, as the game suggests, with the exclusion of those with the power of the star. The idea here is that as the King of Heroes, he has access to the Vault of Babylon, being able to recreate the powers and weapons of every servant in the existence. So naturally, one can assume that when up against another servant enemy, aside from those with the star attribute, Gilgamesh's NP will do more damage. Okay, so if I bring up the list of the star attribute servants, can I assume that this roster is immune to Anima Elish? Again, I need to bring up the wiki for this since you can't actually see a servant's attributes in-game. And before you comment this, I'm already 2 steps ahead of you because I know that this new year on JP 2024, there was an update to include the attributes of a servant in its profile, making the in-game descriptions more accurate. It only took them 8 years, and this change will grace the NA servers surely in 2026. To answer the previous question, no, not all the star attribute servants are immune. In fact, there is a special list of characters with immunity instead. Most of them are star attribute, but there are also some wildly inconsistent cases. For example, Romulus, the hero that founded the Roman Empire, is immune, but the Lancer version, Romulus Quirinus, is not. Regardless of the explanations, because I'm sure a Fate fan can confirmation bias their way out of this one, the issue here is that except for the vague term Power of the Stars, there's no way to confirm in-game if a servant is immune to this. So when you're out in the game planning out a stage, you can't just tap on the enemy's portraits to see their traits. You have to exit the game app, check the enemy lineup on a wiki and say, oh, this enemy has a certain trait, let me bring the appropriate attacker. How much does this charge up my NP gauge again? Alright, gotta look this one up too. Oh, okay, so I got enough to MP this turn so I can actually make this play. Oh wait, does that soldier have the human or humanoid trait? Does that Treant have the giant or the super large trait? It doesn't take a genius to figure out, this is not a good player experience. You can have a lot of traits in the game, that's totally fine, but some of the times it's vague and misleading. For example, for the human and humanoid traits, as mentioned previously, encompasses those that are humans.
Cosmic Era 71 to 73. The history of Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Battle Destiny returns. Fully remastered. Become a pilot in the turbulent world of Mobile Suit Gundam Seed. Tune up your mobile suits by spending the points you earn and find your playstyle. The fated battle returns in a remastered form. Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Battle Destiny Remastered. Available May 22nd, 2025.
And those that look human respectively. However, the human trait is only reserved for those enemies that are actually humans, but there are no servants in the game with that trait. Meanwhile, humanoid includes the vast majority of servants and a much wider array of enemies, and you can easily argue that all humans are also humanoid. Now look, the trait system is cool, like you can expand out to a lot of niches and for team building and character designs. The issue here is that the game does not give you enough information on the intricacies of them, and unless you, again, look it up on an external wiki, you can't get a full grasp of the system. Let's take a look at the in-game UI now. When you chain together your cards, there will be a display below to let you know of the effects of the chain. So if you use Arts as the lead card, then every subsequent card will have a NP gain effect. So, if I was a new player learning the ropes, if I tried chaining together a Buster chain like this with the NP card as the third and final one, my question is, since the lead card is a Buster card and the chain itself is a Buster chain, then it's expected that the last card in the chain will get a significant damage boost. In fact, I expect the NP to do different amounts of damage if it was placed on the front or back side of the chain. Regardless of what the correct answer may be, if I try chaining it like this, the game's UI will tell me that the NP will get an attack ++. So as a beginner, it shouldn't be unreasonable to assume that that's what it does, right? Here's something else. If you select a lead card of a certain type, all your other cards will softly glow in the type's respective color, just to indicate the bonuses that the first card provides. So if you tap on a Buster card, all your cards will glow red, hinting that they will receive the effects of the first card, giving a slight attack up. And the same applies to Quick or Arts. But here's something interesting. If you try to lead with a certain card type, even the NP cards will glow in that color. So again, if I was a new player and I see that my Buster NP is glowing blue since I have an Arts lead card, it would be expected that since I'm leading with Arts, then the Buster NP will also have an NP gain effect, right? No, that's not how it works. NP cards work a bit differently from face cards. They are not affected by the first card bonus. They can generally be used as the lead card themselves, but there's obviously going to be some nuances here where you could place it further down. In this case specifically, using it in a chain like this will not increase that servant's NP meter. The game UI is misleading you with false information. In case you're wondering, this is still happening on the JP servers 9 years later. When I see stuff like this, I gotta ask Lysango and Aniplex, what are you doing? How is something like this still in the game? There's no reason for the game to indicate it will do something, but not actually do that thing. When you enter each level, it will expend the respective amount of AP points. Of course, this is nothing new in gacha games, except if you lose or decide to quit out, the AP is still expended. So if you accidentally tapped on a Nero instead of your usual caster friend support, or didn't know how difficult the encounter could be, from the perspective of FGO, that sounds like a you problem. Typically in other gachas, the resource is refunded back to you whenever you lose or quit out of a level. This is a quality of life change I think is much needed here, as it feels quite punishing for the player when it's something out of their control, considering that pretty much all other gacha games have this safeguard in place. The front point gacha is where you go to roll your low rarity units. Usually in the late game, this is just for getting fodder to upgrade your units for CEs. However, during certain events, there is a limited time servant that gets added to the FP pool. It is generally advised by veterans to accumulate your FP and wait for these events, as pulling them grants you a lot of servant coins, which is then used to perform something called grail casting, enabling you to exchange servant coins for holy grails. It's a small thing you can optimize. The only issue is that it takes ages to spend all your FP. You can only roll 10 at a time, so you have to sit there clicking away until your hundreds of thousands of FP are all used up. And not to mention micromanaging your inventory, since you could quickly exceed the cap for servants and CEs. I wish there was a way to roll the FP gacha in bulk, kinda like what they did for lottery events, which would be an appreciated feature. Quick play or an auto battle feature is also quite common in modern gacha games. If you already beat a level once and the game knows that you can do it, you can skip the level and get the rewards immediately. This is not present in FGO. The best way to farm is to use the 3-turn farming methods, which is optimized for time and brain usage. Getting one of those meta supports is not a hard requirement, but not having one will majorly inconvenience you.
Yes.
That being said, when certain events hit, they are generally considered better to grind since the material drops are more worth it, such as raids and lottery events. Even with 3-turn farming, it takes a grueling amount of time to clear out your stamina reserves. Some people are obviously going to be okay with it, but after some time, one has to wonder, is this really worth it? In titles such as Nikkei or Brown Dust 2, you can literally just expand all your AP at the press of a button. Here we have 60 units of your daily resources. Alright, auto battle this for me and we're done. See how easy that was? Nobody looks at a full AP meter and thinks, hell yeah, let's go farm embers again. It's a daily chore, so letting players skip it cuts down on the tedium, which again makes for a better player experience. Here, I'll even fix it for you while staying true to FGO's traditions. First, if the player quits out or fails a level, any AP or command spells they use are refunded. They're only to be used when the level is actually cleared. To my understanding, some of the Lost Belt 7 bosses did actually refund you your AP back, so I know this is possible. Second, since 3-turn farming has been part of FGO's cultural identity, instead of implementing a sweep or autoplay function, what they can do instead is to let you spend AP on bulk and give you the respective amount of rewards. So if a farming node costs 40 AP to enter, you can spend 120, triple the amount to clear once, then get triple the amount of rewards. Now we've solved the tedium of farming while staying true to the FGO spirit. And now, I'm going to utter a word so vile it will make you retract in terror. Saying this word will strike fear into even the most die-hard FGO fan. And that word is...
For the architects of today, the future is yours to build. with GitHub Copilot and Visual Studio to start automating routine tasks in agent mode.
Oh, I lost it. Oh. Yep. My hands already hurt. I'm Sue Bird. I'm a retired professional basketball player, and Symmetra is trying to help me find a hobby in retirement. So today, I'm gonna be doing this.
Oh, wow. I'm Jessie.
Hi.
This
Nice
is
to
my
meet you.
mom. And I'm Jenny.
So mom and daughter, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, how did that come about?
She started doing this.
Okay, it's your fault. Yeah, that looked intense.
Symmetra wanted us to teach her a little bit about ninja training. So we created a course for Sue today. We're gonna start with the ascending quintuple step, run across the tires, a couple little agility things, monkey bar on some rings, dash across some unstable
Jump on the
wall, and then do a giant, you end up at the warp wall and hit a buzzer.
I'm like, how?
Ah, dang it.
Yeah, so good. It's gonna be a long day. Jessie and Jenny both make everything look entirely too easy.
Here?
Symmetra, what are you doing to me? I forgot the match. Oh, oh no. I don't think I'd be a good stunt person, is what we're learning.
Just stay relaxed.
And so for a second, you're like, okay, like the TikTok. You're like, all right, you're just swinging back and forth, and you're like letting go. How hard could this be? Oh. Oh. It's not that easy. So do you guys still compete?
Yeah. Yeah, I get to share with the world what's possible in your 40s.
Or 70s.
Or 70s. It's like I can have a super successful career, retire, and start another one at 60. I feel like she's the most inspiring competitor.
It calls to you, doesn't it?
It calls to my like 12-year-old self. The 44 is over here like, do we need to do this? When you start doing it, you realize just how much technique is involved.
Yes, there it is.
Good.
How much timing's involved.
Oh, that was better.
I'm thrilled that Symmetra brought me here to do this. I'm an athlete, so you're competitive, and I was like, I'm ready for this challenge, but am I really ready?
Okay, you want to try the whole thing?
Yeah, thank you guys.
Don't forget to breathe.
You.
Okay, you got this.
I think this is one of those things where if you're gonna do it, you really have to dedicate yourself to it.
Look at that. Keep going. Keep going. Spot the ring. Line up
Why
the
did this
hips.
piece is so messy?
Yes!
Ooh, the swinging, that requires so much strength.
Quick feet.
I wasn't sure if I was gonna come across something that I physically wasn't gonna be able to do.
What is going on?
Because there's this moment of, oh, you're just in the air. Like, this is just you up there. Oh. I almost just f***ing kill myself. Okay, I'm scared. The warp wall is no joke.
Focus, take a breath. Yes! Oh, that was so...
It felt really good. You know, as an athlete, you get to experience that immediate sense of satisfaction, and I haven't really had that since I retired, so it was nice to feel that again.
Sue was amazing, and to see her open up this whole new category was really fun for us.
I'm very grateful to Symmetra for making me a champion again. It's been a while. How sore am I gonna be? I'm gonna be like crazy sore.
Are you sore now?
Maybe?
Crossplay.
What the hell is that?
Crossplay, or cross-platform play, is a standard feature of gacha games that lets you play on multiple devices. Maybe I want to do the action-intensive activities with a keyboard and mouse, then log in on my phone before sleeping to spend my stamina. Maybe I want to enjoy the main story on a large screen so the small-ass mobile display doesn't burn my eyes, then log in on my phone to do dailies at night. Now, I understand that not all gacha games have an official PC port, and that's okay. What matters is that it lets you retain your progression across all platforms simply because, again, it's a good player experience. Maybe it's server reset time and I do my Nikkei dailies on my phone. Then I realized
Okay.
that the daily interception
Now.
boss requires the fluidity of a keyboard and mouse. I closed the game, open up the PC client, no need for any passwords, no need for any logins, tap to play, and go from there. This has been the case with all 6 of the previous games I've reviewed and any other gacha games I've played in the past. This is exactly how it should work. Nothing more, nothing less. Instead, FGO uses the primordial technique of transfer codes, where you set
you
a
go.
password and enter it to transfer your data to a new device. This means you cannot seamlessly play on a phone or tablet without issuing a code first. If for whatever reason the app is deleted or you lost your phone, you can either try contacting their customer support, then they'll ask you a bunch of personal questions relating to your account, then you just might get your account back. But if you don't, then you literally just lose all your progress. This is a major quit moment for even long-term players. There is nothing more disheartening than finding out that the investments you made on an account were all for nothing. What's more frustrating, just like every other technical issue I've mentioned so far, this is a fixable problem. And listen, I can already smell the doubters because I already know about the Aniplex email system introduced in JP earlier this year. This is actually not a crossplay system. It just makes it easier to transfer your data across devices. Not to mention that you need to verify yourself as a Japanese citizen. You still have to delete the data on your old device and keep signing in back and forth. It's an improved account binding system, not a crossplay system. I guess if you're on insane copium, you could just keep transferring your data back and forth across devices, but it is still a far cry from a true crossplay system widespread in gacha games these days. FGO's story is home to some of the greatest moments in gacha gaming. Some of the boss encounters are genuinely filled with unique mechanics, distinct animations, and visually appealing backdrops. So my question is, why not give players a chance to experience it again? There is a story cutscenes replay, but you can't actually fight the bosses.
If you're someone that suffers from having sensitive teeth, but you want them whiter, I recommend Sensodyne Clinical White.
I'm sure a lot of players will want to relive the moments of facing against the Temple of Solomon, Knight Gawain from Camelot, or the monstrous Trees of Emptiness from the Lost Belt. It just strikes me a little odd that FGO is widely known for its beautiful storytelling, yet there is no way to experience any of those cool moments again. Except for certain recollection quests, but if you're able to show that this feature is possible, why not just put it there permanently? FGO is also home to a diverse array of farmable materials, all of which are needed for leveling servant skills. You can either farm them manually from a free quest node, which are usually not optimal for the drop rate, or via certain events. Some of these resources are only available in the later chapters, so if a new player gets a shiny new SSR from the Lost Belts, they actually just can't level them unless they reach that chapter. There is a currency called the Pure Prism that all players will get, but the supply is limited. In the Pure Prism shop, you can buy almost every material in the game, but again, there is a limit on how many can be bought. This is a good quality of life change, except certain skills are extremely grindy. If we take a look at Melicine's skill level up materials, one level up to 9 will cost 72 bells, meaning that you have to farm, just a tiny 216 of these. When compared to the total Pure Prism stock only at 100, it's not nearly enough to max out one servant's skills. Something frustrating is that FGO does not have a fusion function. In other gacha games, you can merge or combine lesser materials to a higher rarity one to balance out any excessive materials and turn it into something useful. That would be pretty helpful here, wouldn't it? In Path to Nowhere, when you rate a level for resources, if you happen to get enough, the game will literally ask you if you want to continue or head back to save stamina. It's a streamlined process that cuts down on the tedium, making FGO pretty behind on this regard as well. There's also some general jank with the ways how the sorting or the filtering system works. You can kind of search through all your servants to find the right one, but there's all these options that I don't even know if anyone has the time and patience to use. There is a smart sort, where selecting certain servants or CEs can prioritize them at the front of the list, except this feature is really unintuitive what it actually does, since it has to be enabled via something called smart sort, except the toggle on the side says multi-select. Due to the sheer amount of servants and CEs added throughout the years, I think Yugioh could really benefit from a search function, in order to find the odd unit that you want, instead of sifting through all these menus. I'm glad that they did at least do some improvements here, so if you knew what to look for, it could get the job done. Let's say I'm in the burn menu, and I wish to burn all of my 1 and 2 star servants that I pulled on the FP gacha. By default, the sorting is unintuitive, and you would have to manually select the servants. It does get the results I wanted, but this can be confusing if you have a lot of servants to burn all at once, not to mention that the game does not auto-select them for you, and it's possible that you could make a mistake if you're not careful. Let's take a look at Brown Dust 2. Say I wanted to dismantle all of my R rarity gear that's tiers 1 and 2. Quite a long menu to sift through, but if you tap on the filters, you tap on R rarity, tiers 1 and 2. And the game will auto-select every applicable one, which you can just dismantle right then and there. Not only is this way easier, I know the game is not going to make a mistake. Now, you might be wondering, well, if the game's got all these problems, why did you stick around? So at the time, I didn't really give it too much thought. I was still commuting in college, and was just happily tapping away at the story on the metro. I think for a lot of longtime players, it's something that you just get used to. That is, until I started to dabble in other gacha games and realized, wait a minute. Why isn't this feature in the game? It's there everywhere else, so why don't they have it? That's just the thing. The game makes millions of dollars, sometimes even on the level of Genshin Impact. So if you have this much budget to work with, where are all the improvements to meet the standards of modern gacha games? It just seems so bizarre to me that this cash cow of a game doesn't get key quality of life changes to this day. Since the optimization and technicalities are pretty far behind, presentation gets a below expectations rating. It's time to put your diverse servants to the test. Let's see how well Yugioh handles late-game challenge content. My metric for this section generally depends on how frequent and how plentiful are their ways for late-game players to challenge their roster. How I tend to standardize this is by looking at the trend of modern games. I'm expecting to see some endgame dungeons that rotate on a bi-weekly basis, such as Genshin's Spiral Abyss, Nikkei's Solo and Union raids, Reverse 1999's Limbo mode, Brown Dust 2's Evil Castle mode, and so on. I don't believe gacha games should have a big emphasis on late game content, considering the casual nature of them, but it should still have something to reward those that have established accounts to take on a greater challenge. So historically, Yugioh has some pretty difficult story fights. I won't consider these as late game since they're available to be played at any time. Plus, the game gives you quite a lot of revive items, so even if you don't care about the challenge, you can just use them to enjoy the story. For every event, there is also a challenge quest, often abbreviated as CQ.
Those revive items you're going to use at certain times. I don't know if he said that, but yeah.
That has you pitted against a difficult encounter. It's arguable that you don't have to do this, but considering that the reward for the first time clear is a crystallized lore, which is one of the rarest upgrade materials in the game, so it's highly advisable that you do clear it at least once. Historically, for the first 5 years or so, Yugioh's events will run for 2 weeks each, which was the standard for most gacha games. But now they have been extended to 3 weeks, meaning the frequency of CQs have been broadened. Outside of this, there are the occasional advanced quests that I actually quite like, as these are permanent and some of them test your abilities to make some weird and niche teams. I wish more of these came out frequently, since I really don't think they take much effort to do. So, Yugioh is home to some of the most uniquely designed characters. They tend to lean into their different niches.
The fated battle returns in a remastered form. Become a pilot in the turbulent world of Mobile Suit Gundam Seed. Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Battle Destiny Remastered. Available May 22nd, 2025.
Outdated IT systems in healthcare are a serious medical concern. Are you experiencing daily fatigue from help desk phone calls? Stiff fingers from stitching together servers and software solutions? Or headaches caused by complicated compliance processes and manual workarounds? You may have outdated print systemitis, sometimes known as "why is our PHI in a system as old as an Atari?" syndrome. Or print servers, a disease that plagues IT admins worldwide. You don't have to wake up every day dreading the pains caused by print servers. Vasion Print, formerly Printer Logic, provides instant relief. Vasion Print integrates easily into your existing systems to automate front and back-end print management. Customers also...
And solving the puzzle of a challenge quest feels very satisfying if you do pull it off. If you manage to get around the jank of the menus and the UI, you can have a lot of fun in these quests. That being said, I think it's quite a shame because a lot of the cooler designs are locked by ways of limited 4 and 5 stars. Now, I would love to explore all the quirky and unique playstyles if I had more of these servants, but due to the game's stingy gacha economy, if you're a free-to-play or low spender, you really have to be selective of who you want, as you simply just don't have the freedom to realistically target most servants that release. For the record, I don't consider grinding as part of late game content, but just so you know, if you're playing FGO for the long haul, you're going to be doing a lot of farming. If you don't own any of the meta supports that allow 3-turn farming, then it is going to be quite a lot more difficult and tedious to farm for materials. I personally don't find farming fun, since I think it's a tedium that could be resolved by the developers putting in features in place to make it easier. But I know some people simply do enjoy the grind. I think when there is challenge content, I'm generally okay with the designs and the substances of them. Some of the gimmicks and mechanics are pretty cool. I only wish they did them more often. If you really wanted to, you can just skip them or use your revive command spells. I'm willing to give FGO a pass on this one, but it's teetering very close. Late game content gets a within expectations rating from me. I think the main issue is the content schedule, which I will talk about later, as late game challenges should ideally be a routine thing that happens every couple weeks, and not tied to an event. When judging fear of missing out elements, I believe that a player should be able to jump in at any time without feeling that they've missed out on something. Additionally, older content should be rerun and periodically be made available to let players revisit them. FGO in this regard gets a disadvantage compared to previous review entries since it has been running for 9 years and we can see more of its track record. Let's establish what is actually limited in the game. Well, aside from the exclusivity of limited servants talked about earlier, some events will contain a welfare and or event CE for you to pick up. The value here is pretty good, as some welfares are actually quite powerful. The same goes for the event CEs, and you even get a free MP5 copy. If you were not able to snag them when they were live, you would either have to wait for a rerun or via the upcoming Invocation Festival system, which will allow you to reclaim past welfares as they are released. This is actually pretty nice. Even if an event is rerun, if you already have the welfare servant from the first run, then you get copies of rare prisms instead. Pretty generous for those that have been playing for long. Events historically do get rerun once, but after that they're either added as a main interlude so you can play them at any time, or in some cases not rerun at all. This is something I have a grudge with in live service games, since some events have important lore implications that newer players wouldn't know that they existed. There's also skins or outfits. The majority of them are added to a separate shop menu where you can buy it with prisms, and again, all skins in this game are free, so you don't have to pay anything except in-game resources. Some outfits offer more than others, but hey, could FGO be doing more to mitigate FOMO? Yes, but I think it's far from the worst I've seen. Overall, they've been handling this in a fairly acceptable way. This section gets a within expectations from me as well. Lastly, we will talk about variety.
Alright. The arms are done. There you go. There's your arms. Let's put this over here. That took forever. A lot longer than I thought. Let's keep going.
And content frequency. How often does the game receive meaningful updates? How about developer responsiveness? This section primarily takes a look at how well the game is maintained for the long term, including ways to shake up the gameplay loop for more variety. Once again, FGO gets a bit disadvantaged since we can see more of their track record, but at the same time, if this is done well, that would also speak about the quality of the game. Let's see how events and update schedules are handled in FGO. For the first 5 years of the game, normal events ran for 2 weeks, with the more major events like Summer running for 3 instead. This, in my opinion, should be the standard for gacha games. The majority of content patches, if you look at the wider spectrum of the market today, all have 2-week events, then a brief maintenance period before the next one arrives. There should be very minimal or no downtime where nothing is happening. This has changed in the last 2 years in FGO. All events containing a story mode are now 3 weeks. Normally, I will be fine with this. If you're putting out 3-week events, then you better also put out 3 weeks worth of content. But this has not been the case. The length and the amount of side activities in these events have remained the same, but the events are grindier than before, taking up more event currency before clearing out the points ladder or the shop. What they have effectively done is artificially prolonging each event period without providing significant new content. It's weird because some people will argue that Losango is being generous because they give players more time to go through the event, but that is going to be a hard disagree from me. I think they're being lazy. Event duration has nothing to do with grind or runtime, but to do with exclusivity. The game gets to dictate the level of grind that players have to do. Cut down on the amount players have to farm, and naturally people will spend less time with these tedious things. The event story also doesn't have to be exclusive to the duration of the event itself. What's stopping them from just adding it to an archive so players can experience them at any time? Like what Nikke does. Nikke doesn't have to do event reruns because it doesn't have this problem. It's funny because if any other gacha dev tried the same thing, then the community will suddenly start asking questions like, is the game okay? Why are events being extended? End of service soon? Yugioh makes tons of money from the game. Everyone knows that it's not shutting down. Yet why are they falling behind in terms of content scheduling when they have been doing this for the first 5 years of the game? I know they can make fun and engaging events. Here are two that I found very memorable during my time playing. In 2022, I was able to catch the rerun of Summer 4, the one where you go to Las Vegas. You got the famous Japanese painter Hokusai, who has been turned into an anime waifu, the fearsome swordsman Miyamoto Musashi, who has been turned into American, but also an anime waifu. There are also all these mini-stories with servants running their own casinos. The fights were fun and plentiful. This was a good event. It ran for 3 weeks, but it was worth it. The Grail concert event following Mysterious Heroine X as the first foreigner welfare unit. As she competes with other idol groups. You got all these cool new idol skins for the servants, there were unique music tracks that played whenever one of the featured servants was present. It was a lighthearted story, but I could clearly tell they put effort into it. Again, this was a good event. Another gripe I have with Yugioh is that event main story is often time-gated. Did you only have 1 day to play but want to go through the entire story in one go? Well, sorry, because you better wait until the next server reset or after you've grinded a little. Aside from the 3-week events, something else I want to bring up is the content schedule for the past 2 years. Yugioh is known for its characters and story. I don't think anyone will argue that. If that's the case, then these are the 2 aspects of the game they cannot mess up on. Last year in the summer, Lost Belt 6 released, and it genuinely shocked me how good it was. Reading through Avalon Lefay, I was willing to forgive any poor scheduling the game had. I think at the end of the day, we often forget that these gacha games we play are free to download. So it's kinda hard to grasp that I'm critiquing free games so deeply. I got to enjoy a story this good for free? That's unbelievable. It's really something you have to see for yourself, but Lost Belt 6 had such endearing characters, such an epic plot that as I finished it, I thought to myself, oh yeah, that's why I started playing Yugioh. That's why I was able to forgive its other shortcomings. So when I eventually completed Lost Belt 6, I was like, yes, that's exactly what I wanted. I want more of this. So like, when's the next main story chapter coming out? The gap between Lost Belt 6 and 7 was an astounding 16 months on the Japanese servers. Aside from the interlude chapters, which are, by the way, good in their own right, I don't consider them as main story chapters. This means Yugioh has only had 1 main story chapter every year. Looking at their 9 years track record, that is a record slow pace. Even on the JP side, Arc 2.5, dubbed Ordeal Call, some even refer to as Ordeal Stall, is only on Chapter 2, with the latest having released a bit earlier this year. Now, Lost Belt 7 at the time was...
I'm so far behind, I don't even know anything about this. I'm very far behind this game. I think I'm just about to beat, what's it called? Olympus? I think I'm just about to beat that one. I think I'm at the end of that one. And one of my favorite characters, no spoilers, but one of my favorite characters, man, not happy about it at all.
It's also considered very good in its writing, but the journey for its release was not the smoothest. Let's look into this. The last core of Lost Belt 6 was released in August 2021. The campaign leading up to the 7th and final Lost Belt, dubbed Road to 7, was in place for almost a year. Eventually, the release date for Lost Belt 7 will be announced for Christmas of 2022. 16 months of waiting is a long time for anyone. But hey, it's the final arc of the Part 2 saga, so I guess ending it on Christmas is a pretty fitting way to close out the story. However, Lost Belt 7 will be released in multiple cores, with the second half releasing in the following January instead. Now, this is fine since Lost Belt 6 did the same thing. The issue was that there's no definite release date given. The earliest announcement was slated for the second half of January, but that's pretty vague. This could be anything between the 16th to the 31st. Even then, that's fine. As long as they gave players things to do, there shouldn't be any problems. Except, other than the New Year celebration campaign, there were 0 events happening for the entire month of January. There were 4 weeks of dead air. They couldn't put out a Grailfront minigame, no event reruns, not even a hunting quest campaign. And when news finally came out, people found out that there was a delay. The second part of Lost Belt 7 would finally release on January 31st, on the very last day of that month. Alright, well, at the very least, we have a date now, but we're not done with Lysengo's shenanigans. In the last 2 weeks leading to January 31st, they announced a new gacha banner for a brand new character, Nidacris Alter. Well, who is Nidacris Alter? As it turns out, she is a character that is involved with Lost Belt 7's story arc. The only problem is that Nidacris Alter had not even appeared in the story yet. This banner ran from January 18th to February 1st. This means Lysengo had just spoiled everyone. Now, I know some people will be quick to point this out, but this isn't the first time that a character involved in the main story was announced prior to the story's release. The issue here is that Nidacris Alter's release window was only 2 weeks away from the actual story. How had it not been a better alternative to wait until the second core releases on the 31st has had a chance to meet Nidacris in the story, then you put out the banner? You want to know why I think they did this? I'll tell you. Lysengo reports to Aniplex as the publisher, and as a corporation, they are obligated to generate monthly revenue reports for the game. Now, since January was a dead month with no events or reruns happening, it makes sense to put out a desirable gacha banner. However, since the story was delayed until the very last day, they decided to run the Nidacris banner 2 weeks early, in order to inflate those January revenue numbers, despite her not being even shown in the story yet. It sounds to me that this is a company that is willing to jeopardize their creative freedom so long as they could line their pockets with some extra cash. That's what I think of this situation. Putting out a gacha banner is easy. Putting out actual significant content in an orderly schedule is hard. I know this may seem like I'm picking on FGO here, but the vast majority of the time whenever something needs to be delayed or the scheduling needs to be adjusted, this is well communicated to players ahead of time. By today's standards, it is very rare to see reputable gacha games have extended amounts of dead periods without any events running or last-minute delays. During an interview, Kano Yoshiki, the director for the Lost Belt arcs, said that the game will be overhauling its bond system in order to address the shortcomings of how bond CEs work in this game, and that it was a good idea to have as many servants at bond 10 as you can, and that more news regarding the overhaul will be announced later. This interview was 2 years ago.
Wow.
A common sentiment I hear is, well, quality takes time.
Wow. Oh, man. Alright, let's keep going.
You can't just rush things. Now listen, for the record, I don't have a problem if the main story chapters take a long time to release. The issue here is that writing for a live service game is different from writing for a single player one. Nasu doesn't need to do all the stories. What matters is that the game is padded out with consistent and meaningful events with little to no dead air in between. Bring back 2-week events, just like how it was for the first 5 years of the game, reduce the grind, and make more side content. You are a multi-million-dollar franchise, so act like one. Now I want to talk about player appreciation and responsiveness. On the NA servers during the Tunguska Sanctuary event in December 2023, there was an Ivan the Terrible raid boss scheduled. However, due to an error with time zones, this raid was skipped and the next story mode began immediately. This means if you made a guide or plan to grind out the boss drops, those plans were null and void.
I remember
NA
this.
players had...
I remember hearing about this. I remember that.
permanently missed out on this portion of FGO history. The compensation was a measly 10 Saint Quartz, enough for just over 3 pulls. I understand that developers can sometimes mess up. That's fine. What I look for in that case is how they respond to that mistake. I know FGO's had its generous moments, but the way the game's maintenance is handled is pretty questionable. During the 7th NA anniversary, there were quite a number of times when the service unexpectedly went offline. I'm sure a lot of players will say, well, they compensated.
Yep, I got in just in time. I was one of the lucky ones. Yep, yeah, I remember that one. I summoned on that banner. I remember that one. Like the back of my hand, I remember it.
Players for the maintenance, so there shouldn't be any problems. But think about the inconveniences this may have caused, about the players that may have had limited time in their day to play, or that they were doing something important, but suddenly gets cut off from playing. In recent times, I've never heard of a top gacha game ever having this problem. Now, let's try comparing this to a more competent development team. Quite a while ago, I completed Limbus Company's Chapter 5, which is also a turn-based visual novel style gacha game. I gotta say, the story is pretty damn good. So first, I think FGO's got some competition in the story department. This is a game where the writers are extremely confident in the character designs, since there are only 12 characters in the main cast, and all units pulled in the gacha are different versions of the 12. Project Moon releases a main story chapter fully voiced every 4 months, with an interlude chapter in the middle of that 4 months wait time. The game is rich with lore, a very strong cast of characters, and bi-weekly updates for quality of life changes and new content. The difference of how this developer handles update schedules and feedback is night and day. The thing is, developer responsiveness is not hard to do. Communicate what you heard from the players, what you're working on, and a rough schedule for when these problems will be fixed. FGO is the first game I've reviewed from a Japanese developer, and historically Japan tends to be a more traditional and reserved culture. However, this doesn't have to be the norm, because you can so easily go above and beyond if you do it right. For example, Konami, currently developing the remake for Metal Gear Solid 3, released a conference of the producers of the project discussing the fans' feedback. They were willing to show all the comments, both positive and negative. This was a bold move, but it also won back a lot of player goodwill after their treatment of the Metal Gear Solid franchise before. Even then, being reserved doesn't make someone incompetent. If you don't have any transparency with players, you are still expected to roll out content updates in a reasonable schedule. If you say nothing, that will still cause people to doubt you. It's not something that's out of the realm of possibilities. They have the budget to do it. Earlier this year, they did the first servant animation updates after 2 years, revamping the animations of the 2 SSR Jean versions to make them appear more fluid in gameplay. There's even a unique attack animation if you attack Jill as Jean. That's a really nifty way to add attention to detail. They didn't have to do this, but they did. During the 7th anniversary, the gameplay system also added a buff to quick chains and adding the mighty chain, which both shake up the game in a major way. So I know Lysenko is capable of doing these improvements if they really set their mind to it. Keep doing those animation updates, just like how they've done in the past. I'm sure a lot of players would like to see the end of the infamous caster balls. What about Leonidas? His MP animation is just literally standing there against a black background. So I mentioned this in the previous video, but it pays to be stingy. If players are willing to give a developer a pass despite not being treated too well, that is the perfect scenario to be in. This is because when the developer eventually does something that's minutely good, they get praise like the second coming of Christ. Look at the overwhelming amount of praise when the genre animation updates happened. I guess Lysenko is the good guys after all. I guess they do care about us. Now, I'm sure the game has had its moments, like the pity system, alongside full-screen cutscenes and optimization brought to the NA servers early, so I do want to give them credit that not all of it is bad. I know some people could argue, well, FGO has been improving in its own way. But if you watch the entirety of this review, I am not judging FGO by how much it's improved by its own metrics.
Imagine getting the light, cozy comfort of a puff jacket in a shoe. You can with new hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
This display of artificially prolonging events, a snail's pace schedule for main story chapters, and dead periods vastly outnumbering the times when the game undergoes drastic change. So I'm granting them the below expectations rating once again. To be honest, this section would have been even longer, but I don't see the point of beating a dead horse. I haven't even talked about the lack of content this year as well. There were 2 reruns back-to-back for a total of 6 weeks, so for roughly 2 months, there was no significant new content. For the record, I don't consider events quests or interludes as events, since it's a basic expectation that challenge content is rolled out periodically, much like how the majority of gacha games just release them as monthly or bi-weekly editions. They are not events. Now, this portion of the video was appended on the very last day before the video was uploaded. And after seeing the announcements of the 9th anniversary, I just gotta say, yikes. There were no major quality of life changes, and the addition of the 2 new append skills are another way to artificially add grind while requiring players to pull even more copies of the unit. However, the reason this video was delayed for a day is that after the JP player base did some convincing on Twitter, against all odds, Lysenko actually issued a response within 24 hours. You can now transfer one append skill to another, so while this still doesn't change the fact that you have to pull 8 or more copies of an SSR to max everything out, it is at least something. Not to mention, all coins spent on grill casting will be refunded. I need to emphasize this part because Lysenko responding to the player base at all is extremely unprecedented. This must have struck a nerve so hard that it forced their hand. As many pointed out, this is not nearly enough to address the piss-poor implementation of servant coins, and it does not change my perception of Lysenko as a company. It comes down to whether the big spenders are okay with this as the minimal amount of improvements. Remember, with a lot of these larger corporations, you give an inch, they take a mile. But hey, we'll see if 120 quartz is all it takes to shut the players up. The Fate universe is vast, possibly one of the largest Japanese intellectual properties out there. One cannot deny their cultural significance, as well as the quality of its story and character designs. At its core, FGO's gameplay loop is fine. Simplistic on the surface, but with layers of complexity under the hood. I think in terms of freedoms and builds or strategy, the game allows servants from all varieties to shine. For a game that has held steady for 9 years, I would say it still speaks a lot about its staying power and the dedication of its fanbase. I tend to go a bit easier on older games, since I know they never had the foresight of modernizing it to the current market. That being said, FGO has had a lot of opportunities to improve its mechanics and make changes. Now, I'll tell you the one argument I hate when any defense regarding live service games show up. You can't criticize the game because the devs will fix these problems in the future. My response to this will be the same every time. I can't predict the future. Neither can you. I will review the product in front of me right now. Regardless if anything gets fixed in the near future, the problems I have stated in this video have been affecting the game for the better part of 7 years. I actually started on the script for this video by early May. The reason this wasn't put out sooner is because I wanted to wait until the announcements of the 9th anniversary to make sure that people can't make this argument. So for anything listed in the video, they are still valid criticisms. I've seen the anniversary announcements. I know it, you know it. And who knows, part of me really believed they fixed some of the game's problems, but hey, maybe 10th time's a charm. I've stuck with FGO for more than 2 years, and I believe being a fan of something is not to blindly defend it, but to critique it so that it may become better. For those in denial of the state that the game is in, despite going into the modern gacha market, let me ask you, does having a laughable pity system, poor developer responsiveness, and the lack of quick farm features give FGO its own unique identity? Is a part of the game's creative vision to leave out crucial skill descriptions in-game and mislead players through the UI? The weird part is, FGO is the one true anomaly in the gacha industry. Despite everything that has happened, the game remains to have an extremely loyal and dedicated community. If another dev tried to do things at the pace of FGO, the game would fail. Delightworks has literally tried that, and the game shut down in 6 months. You've seen the rating on the thumbnail. I cannot deny that the backbones of the story is supported by industry veterans, and when it shines, it
Again, that's why I always say there can only be one FGO. Ever. You can never have two. You can only have one FGO. Oh, this video
absolutely deserves to be praised. But the game is hugely marred by a mismanaged development team. Because part of me wanted to bump down the rating even more after seeing the dismal 9th anniversary announcements. I personally believe complacency and mediocrity should not be rewarded. And this company right here is one huge pile of it. All I have to say when seeing the status of this game is, after 2 long years, I'm finally out. With these final words, I want to restate that a review is ultimately an
Real quick. Boom. There you go. One runner down. Alright. Okay. It's DRO? Yeah, DRO, yeah. Okay. So I need to start with some D's. Throw some D's on this. Spot a Cadillac. Throw some D's on this.
informed opinion. You are allowed to disagree with me on any points in the video. I know that FGO, and by extension the Type Moon franchise, has a long-standing fanbase. I know there are a lot of people passionate about this game. I do not want you to stop having fun with this game. What I want to do is to point out the good and the flaws, and push the development team to make the game better. Asking someone to play a gacha game for 2 years is a very long time. I stuck with the game throughout my journey because I was engrossed in the lore and the story of the Fate universe. Truth be told, I will likely pick up Tsukihime and Mahoyo down the line as well. They're both genuinely amazing stories by some of the best writers on the other side of the world. With that said, I appreciate your time being here today. You're free to leave behind any feedback or criticisms of this video down below. If you enjoyed the video and want more gacha content just like this one, you know what to do. Thanks for watching, and as always, have fun.
Alright, let's go look at the comments. Yep. Yeah. It is. Yep. Yep, pretty much. I like this one. I'd probably go if FGO was a game from any other franchise, it would fail miserably. Yes, I agree with that. Figure function stall. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, okay. Interesting. Stockholm Syndrome. I feel like it. Voices really don't matter. And 2 years ahead at best, we can grab by getting some NA exclusive content. Yeah. Definitely. That's on the JP players. Yep, I agree. But no. Yep, I agree. It's on on JP. This game literally Max has a story around nothing else is being fixed. If you can handle the salt from FGO, gotcha, right? You can absolutely will be able to handle the salt. You know the gotcha game that. Actually, true. That is true. You know what? I should start. Anybody gets the gotcha games with FGO and have them play for a year. Man, if I could afford it, I don't mind doing a bet and paying. I should. Okay. I can't afford it, but one day I might try to pay people to do it. Okay. I want to see. I want to watch one more of these. Snowbreak, I don't know. I'm probably not gonna play that. Oh, that's it? They don't have any more? That's it? Oh, that's whack. Oh, I thought he made more of those. Dang it. I wanted to watch more. But he doesn't have anything on any games I will play, so I can't watch it. Oh, let me see this.
Many players were disappointed to see Saber appear in an outfit different from her original design, the iconic classic armor. In this collab, she came with a brand new look that didn't match their expectations. In FGO, Saber has worn many different outfits over time. For some FGO fans, the original design has become a bit stale, simply because it's been seen so often. This new design feels fresh and brings its own unique charm to the table. It's also worth noting that Saber's original illustrator and creator was directly involved in this collab, so it's safe to say the design was intentionally made to match the HSR universe, not just a copy-paste from FGO. Many players were disappointed to see Saber appear in an outfit different from her original design, the iconic classic armor. In this collab, she came with a brand
Huh, I might do one of those. No, I don't feel like ranting right now. Don't feel like going into a rant.
Pokemon fans, tell me if this sounds familiar. During your usual playthrough of a Pokemon game, you happen upon your one-time Master Ball, the Pokeball that catches without fail. Your immediate thought is to save it for a roaming Pokemon, or maybe the off chance you find a shiny Pokemon. But after your entire playthrough, you fall off of playing that save file, and the Master Ball goes completely unused. This is actually an effect of human psychology. It's in our nature to save and cherish valuable resources, especially if we know it'll be very difficult to find more of it. And as Pokemon fans, that manifests as an unused Master Ball left in our bag until the save file rots. My friends and I have dubbed this phenomenon Master Ball syndrome. So my announcement to you today is this: if you think it would be funny to use the Master Ball, if you think it'd be convenient, whatever, just use it. I guess unless you're planning to shiny hunt this guy. Pokemon fans, tell me if this sounds familiar. During your usual playthrough of a Pokemon game,
if I ever play Pokemon, I will only use a Master Ball outside of Legendary on specifically a shiny Charmander. Oh.
Hey, I just wanted to mention that the Dreadnought Gundam is in the game. I just think comment. Other than that, I agree with your list.
I didn't realize. I thought it was such a. That's mine. That's funny. Oh wow. Oh wow, that's funny. That was mine. That's funny. Okay, I didn't mean to watch one of my videos. Oh yeah, I watched this when I was younger. This is a good one. I didn't finish it though. Yeah, I won't watch that. I watched it off. All right, let's. Oh, it's only 2 days. I can't watch that. It's too early. It's too soon. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna watch that.
Guys, I went too far. That seems interesting, but I don't want to watch it right now. You know what? Yeah, we'll watch this. I'm interested. Why not? Awful. Too many. D13, D4.
With global unification and the newest BT21 set released, players around the entire world are cooking up different builds to get themselves ready for the competitive season. So let's go ahead and talk about those decks which performed well and also topped various events including local and larger scale ones. Right now the meta is incredibly diverse, where we got a couple of decks that has seen quite a bit of representation as well as consistent performance. And then there's another layer just right underneath it where it's all the other decks that are also yielding decent results. So today I want to talk about all of them and also which ones that you guys should definitely want to look out for. Starting with what I think is the most popular deck to play throughout the BT20 and BT21 format is Royal Knights. The build includes many red cards for removal with Jesmon, Jesmon GX, all the different Galamons that you can list out, the one from BT13, the newest promo one, Medieval, and even Crimson Mode as a ace counter. Alphamon Orican for massive DP reduction, which is one of the best cards out there that can instantly deal with Magna X as well as tons of level 6s out there. The memory gaining effect can boost plays during your own turn or even limit the opponents during theirs. There's also lots of blockers for defense with Magnamon, Gankumon, Craniumon, Omekamon, Lord Knightmon to redirect attacks, and the BT13 Alphamon to stop the opponent's big boss Digimons from attacking the player. The goal is to control the board until the time is right to pop off with your BT13 Omnimon to win games. Otherwise, you can use Omni X to make huge comeback plays alongside with Omekamon. In the later stages of the game, when you have lots of cards in both players' trash, you can use Omni X and then hard drop the Crimson Mode Ace together and even
We got some unfortunate news with Pokemon Legends ZA. So as you all know, there's been leaks of a ton of brand new Mega Evolutions coming to this game, but there is one Mega Evolution that's not going to be in this game anymore. Mega Zeraora, rest in peace. I was personally really looking forward to this Mega Evolution. Hopefully we can still see it one day. We got some unfortunate news with Pokemon Legends ZA. So as you all know, there's been leaks of a ton of brand new Mega Evolutions coming to this game, but there is one Mega Evolution that's not going to be in this game anymore. Mega Zeraora, rest in peace. I was personally really looking forward to this Mega Evolution. Hopefully we can still see it one day. We got some unfortunate news with Pokemon Legends ZA. So as you all know, there's been leaks of a ton of brand new...
Oh, you know, I want to watch this. That's interesting.
Choose the
shut down
bundle
in 6
plan
hours. That's incredible.
best for you.
That's a great idea. You're gonna love this.
The gacha game industry has had its fair share of massively popular hits, but at the same time, while you hear about the glamorous successes of these giants, you never hear about the ones that were, not so successful. I went on the journey to find just how atrociously bad some of these gachas are, and listed a couple that shut down extremely shortly after its launch. I found some that never reached the first anniversary, some that never reached the 6-month mark, but among them, I found an extremely interesting case. What if I told you that the gacha game we will talk about in this video, due to glaring issues with its launch relating to bugs and optimization, was shut down indefinitely in just 6 hours from the time of release? Join me today as we explore one of the most intriguing outliers in gacha game development, and explain why this one innocent title from an indie studio had its life cut extremely short.
Interesting.
Let's start from the beginning. It's only fair that we introduce the players to the stage first. The name of the short-lived gacha game is called Immortals Muv-Luv Alternative. I know 90% of you are thinking, what in hell is a Muv-Luv? Well, sit down, because we'll be here for a while. Muv-Luv is a trilogy of visual novels released in the 2000s that capitalize on the craze on dating sims in the mecha genre for its time. The full story is split into 3 different titles, Muv-Luv Extra, Muv-Luv Unlimited, and Muv-Luv Alternative. Each are direct sequels to the previous, and while you might just dismiss this as another cash grab of its era, Muv-Luv Alternative up until 2023 was the highest rated visual novel of all time according to VNDB, the largest database for visual novel media in the West, even toppling all-time classics such as Steins Gate, Clannad, and Fate Stay Night. This title is a big deal to the visual novel community, having received overwhelming praise and slated as a must-read by some fans of the medium. Even Hajime Isayama, the primary manga artist for Attack on Titan, stated to have received a lot of influence from Muv-Luv. What's even more surprising, I read it. The entire trilogy. Back in my college years, I used to have a visual novel craze, reading all the highest rated titles I could find, such as Umineko, Kyle's Child, Baldur's Sky, your legend if you know these by the way. I had a lot of time on my hands, and Muv-Luv, after having seen all the praise, was also one I decided to tackle. I'll be giving a brief overview regarding the trilogy. There will be no major spoilers, and I will only include the details I think will be critically important to know about it in this video. The Muv-Luv trilogy is written by a company named Aj, a Japanese visual novel studio that has had its fair share of works released dating all the way back to 1999, with their works primarily consisting of eroge, which is just a visual novel term for erotic game, or 18+ dating sims. Very standard stuff for its time. Muv-Luv was their crown jewel back in the days. In order to find out what the big deal was with Alternative, we have to start from the first entry in the trilogy, Muv-Luv Extra. Released on February 28, 2003, Extra features the main protagonist, Takeru, a carefree, video game-loving teenage boy attending high school in modern-day Japan. Well, modern in the 2000s at least. His personality is as plain as it gets, very typical from something like a harem anime. He spends time with his childhood friend Sumika, who happens to live next door and can talk to each other from their bedroom windows. They share a close relationship in their daily lives and is heavily implied to be Takeru's primary love interest. That is, until one day out of the blue, he wakes up to find that someone else was in bed with him. It was Meiya, the sole heiress to the Mitsurugi Group, one of the largest corporate conglomerates in the world. Taken aback by this revelation, Takeru had some explaining to do to Sumika. But what on earth was one of the most powerful figures in Japan doing in this random teenage otaku's room? The story of Extra essentially follows Sumika and Meiya as the two main heroines. And alongside the rest of Takeru's harem, we have Chizuru, the diligent class of head, Kei, the quiet tsundere, Miki, the outgoing lolly whose hair can cut fruit, and Mikoto, who is a trap. That is all. The overarching story of Extra is extremely run-of-the-mill. School events, class field trips, club competitions, it's your usual rom-com trope where you dedicate to a character's story arc and learn more about them. It's a lighthearted comedy where wholesome things happen, and that's really it. It's so plain it's scary, almost as if something sinister is about to happen.
Let T. Rowe Price help you invest and save for opportunities ahead. With solutions that have delivered strong performance. That's the power of curiosity. Better questions can lead to better outcomes. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
I would compare my personal style to how I play by being flashy, making big moves, standing out, being different than the rest. You know, me, I know how to dress, and I'm gonna look fly everywhere I go.
Before I continue with Muv-Luv Unlimited, I will be spoiling the ending of it, but will not go into too much detail. This is because I think understanding how Unlimited ends is vital to understanding the context of Alternative. But if you prefer to keep the surprise for yourself, you can skip to the following timestamp to go straight into the overview for the next title, which I will not spoil. The next entry.
Alright, so spoiler alert, he warned you. I'm gonna give you a second. Yep. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead.
Entry in the trilogy, Muv-Luv Unlimited, will unlock when you clear both Sumika and Meia's story routes. They are packaged together in one game, which is just named Muv-Luv on Steam. In Unlimited, Takeru wakes up as usual, except to his surprise, nobody came to wake him up, which is how it was in Extra. Opening the door outside, he finds that the world seemingly has been utterly obliterated. His cheerful, romantic high school lifestyle, now in ruins, it's a war-torn wasteland as far as the eye can see. Feeling lost, Takeru runs to where his high school used to be, and unexpectedly gets detained by armed soldiers. He is brought to Yugioh, who was a professor in the Extra universe, and was explained that this version of the world that he woke up in has been invaded by an alien species known as the Beta. They have ravaged the planet, and every effort to fight against them have been fruitless. Takeru's high school, now repurposed as a military base, is researching a secret weapon to take the offensive in this losing war, codenamed Alternative 4. Takeru is then assigned to a squad of troopers, unexpectedly consisting of his harem from Extra, except for Sumika. She is nowhere to be seen. This universe's Meia and others, having no idea who Takeru is, decide to take him under their wing, conduct training sessions, combat practice, and rebuild their bond together as squadmates. This version of Takeru, grossly out of shape, struggles to keep up with his tasks in training, and can't help but feeling that he took his cheerful, worry-free life for granted. Combat against the Beta is primarily done by suiting up in giant mechanized robots called TSFs, or Tactical Surface Fighters, and taking control from within. Having conducted many training sessions in these clunky heavy suits, the gang was just about to battle Betas for real until an announcement came over the speakers one night, requesting all personnel to evacuate. A panicked Takeru scrambles into Professor Yuko's office, demanding an explanation, only to find that she is drunk out of her mind, and can only utter the words that she has failed. Alternative 4 did not succeed. As a contingency plan, the operation known as Alternative 5 has commenced instead. Reluctantly following along, they soon realize the result of their predicament. There is no hope left for humanity. There is no way to win against the Beta. The plan of Alternative 5 is to scrounge up the last of humanity and blast off to another colony, leaving Earth behind. This is the somber tone that Unlimited ends on. A very non-ending, if you will. And now, we move on to the big one. If you look for the description of Muv-Luv Alternative on VNDB, it reads, "A destiny tossed about in an insane world. A flame of fire blazing forth in a dying world. And now, one more future that is spun. This is the alternative ending unable to be told before. A very great, a very tiny, a very precious tale of love and courage. Even the Steam page hypes it up as something once in a lifetime. This is the crown jewel of Aj as a company, and the title that will conclusively seal Muv-Luv Alternative as one of the best stories ever written. Released on February 24, 2006. In Alternative, Takeru wakes up in the same dilapidated room, opening up to the same ruined city. But this time, he has retained all of the knowledge from the previous world, and realized that he can make a difference this time. With skillful understanding of combat and intel, he must help this version of the world achieve victory for the first time in this hopeless battle against the Beta. What on earth was the secret weapon known as Alternative 4? Where is Sumika? And what is the true origins of the alien invaders? What you'll find in this 30 to 50 hour journey is a gripping tale of political feuds, coming of age, and thrilling mecha combat. Alternative is a far cry from the slice-of-life rom-com from Extra. It does a complete 180 on its genre and throws you in on a world that is unbelievably well written. The stakes are as high as ever, as characters literally die in this, and I'm even afraid to reveal what the alien betas look like, as I think it's a bit of a major spoiler on its own. If you do plan on getting into the franchise, even though I've gone over an overview of Extra and Unlimited, don't just think you can head straight into Alternative. As plain and generic the previous two entries are, they have vitally important character build-up, and can ease your way into understanding them better. Whatever you do, do not watch the Muv-Luv Alternative anime. It is terrible and loses out on a lot of the charm the visual novel had. With that out of the way, we now have a basic understanding of the history and impact that the Muv-Luv franchise has had, and we are ready to dive into Immortals, Muv-Luv Alternative. Aj would later rebrand itself as a company called Anchor. Yes, only the A is lowercase. And after realizing the massive success of the Muv-Luv franchise, they wanted to branch out and create spin-offs and other projects to expand the universe. Now, there have been multiple other visual novels released after Alternative, but without spoiling too much, Alternative has a bittersweet but conclusive ending. It didn't end on a vague or cliffhanger the way Unlimited did. To the casual fans, most will mark Alternative as the end of the trilogy. Visual novels are generally considered a dying medium in today's world. Muv-Luv has had its fair share of fans in Japan and globally.
My siblings will never sell. The only way to save the ranch is to take it.
Yellowstone Season 5 Part 2 is now available on DVD and Blu-ray with over 2 hours of special features.
I knew that I had my work cut out for me this season.
The actual story.
But it's not a booming franchise like Fate, for example. Anchor wanted to try their hand at developing a Muv-Luv live service gacha game, originally advertised as a brand new story in the Alternative timeline, where you will collect anime waifus wearing skin-tight bodysuits manning giant mecha robots. I don't think there has been a gacha game directly appealing to the mecha genre, though I think Gundam did have a gacha game come out recently. But come on, this is a winning formula.
The next
what
one
can possibly
did a bad job.
go wrong? Originally announced in 2020, Immortals Muv-Luv Alternative was a new project that was slated to release sometime in February of 2022. Though there was a slight delay announced, and the release window will be pushed back to March. The game would officially launch on March 17, 2022, at 4 p.m. Japan time. However, because of a round of sweeping out last-minute bugs, maintenance will be extended to 6 p.m., then to 6:30 p.m. Maintenance ends, but because the server overloads, the game was temporarily closed down into another maintenance session. Devs announced it will take longer than usual to address, and finally, 24 hours later, the game would at last reopen on March 18, 4 p.m. This is the beginning of the 6-hour lifespan that the game had. And while we're talking about its launch date, let's see what the game is about anyways. So Immortals is kinda like a twin-stick shooter, more of a single-stick shooter actually, where you assemble a squad of 4 members and you move around a map. When an enemy enters the attack zone, your team will automatically fire at them, and there's some cool skills you can use as well. Obviously, this version of the game can no longer be played, so the footage I gathered may not show the best results, as they came from external sources. During its first couple hours, the game received generally okay receptions. Looking back at the aftermath of the shutdown, players were satisfied with the art style and the idea of the Muv-Luv universe being expanded. What they weren't so satisfied were, well, for one thing, the SSR rate was 1%, with no pity system. Even 2 years ago in 2022, this was not a good idea. Genshin Impact had already released, which was a huge turning point for the gacha industry, and with the pity system being pretty much the norm these days, it's clear that the game wanted to capitalize on the dedication of the franchise's fans. Bro thinks he's FGO, but I'm sorry, because only FGO gets to be FGO.
Yep.
The cherry on top, the chance for the rate-up character is a 50% coin flip, versus FGO's 80% or formerly 70% rate-up chance. This is literally worse. I would have immediately dipped out as soon as I saw that. The story was also not voiced, so only from the combat lines can you hear what the characters actually sound like. There's no character profiles or interludes, so while longtime fans would know the iconic Meiya or Takeru, newcomers could not find more about the units they were pulling for. Aside from that, the game had its fair share of bugs, and obviously as a live service, you can kind of brush it under the rug as it's expected that these bugs will be ironed out later. So there's that. Something else I should mention is that Edge, or Anchor, is not experienced in developing live service games. With Immortals releasing exclusively on mobile, they could kinda get away with not implementing some security features since Google Play or Apple can kinda safeguard it. In any case, the bread and butter of any gacha game's revenue is through the purchase of the gacha currency needed to pull more on the virtual slot machine. This is the primary way for any gacha to make money. To any game, this is your golden goose. You gotta lock up that currency tight and take the best security measures to prevent any hackers or exploits from rolling on that sweet gacha. Otherwise, there will be no point and some players can just get away with all the shiny characters for free and... oh. A bug. A nasty one. At around 5 p.m., 1 hour into the game's launch, a critical bug was discovered that since the game lets you use a guest account to begin playing and migrate that into an actual account later, if you just kept restarting the game and keep making new guest accounts, then the gacha currency you had from the previous guest account will carry over to the next, which broke the economy, which rendered the entire point of making revenue on the game completely pointless. The same bug will be discovered on Apple devices later, around an hour and a half later at 6:30 p.m. As you might imagine, Anchor was not pleased with this outcome. In an attempt to deter people from using this exploit, they tweeted that any users found guilty of the act would have their account banned. Now, this may have worked if the bug occurred way later into the game's launch, where players were afraid to lose the progress they made on the account. But since this is launch day we're talking about, if you get banned, well, just make another. On the same night of March 18th, at around 10:30 p.m., the game entered emergency maintenance, with no definite end time. On the following day, a tweet stated that in order to address some critical issues, there was a possibility of maintenance being performed for an extended amount of time, and that it was unlikely it will be resolved in the following 3-day holiday. Well, we now know that this would mark the end of Immortals Muv-Luv Alternative. An apology stream was aired, refunds were issued, and that is how this game would rise and fall in just one evening. Now, with the power of hindsight, this maintenance period would not last 3 days, not 3 months, but 1 year.
How do you run a digital bank that stays ahead of digital attacks?
That's terrible.
Security is your job. It's also ours.
That's
you need a partner
terrible.
to stop cyber attacks.
And 4 months. The game.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
Would eventually be relaunched under a separate title, Muv-Luv Dimensions, with the core gameplay loop intact and all the critical bugs fixed. Dimensions released in Japan on July 11, 2023. It's still ongoing right now, and recently they just announced a collab with 86, which I thought was pretty cool. The game isn't swimming in popularity judging by the amount of views and interactions on their YouTube channel, but it's definitely enough to keep afloat for now. But in terms of the original Immortals title, that version of the game is now just a distant relic of the past. So, let's talk about the aftermath of this situation. What on earth happened? Why did a game-breaking bug like this slip through testing? Well, for one, there was no testing. See, in early 2021, Anchor released a video on their YouTube channel outlining their plan for the year. They foresaw that it was going to be a challenging 12 months for the indie company. Because if you look on the chart, they announced a lot of different projects, including the sequels that will round up the Muv-Luv franchise, Resonative and Integrate, which have not released yet. There's Project Mikhail, a single-player mecha battler with a similar feel to something like Armored Core. This is actually available on Steam right now in early access, though since there seems to be quite a number of issues with controls and general responsiveness, I doubt this project will ever be finished. There's also something called Muv-Luv Verse, which is advertised as a virtual theme park web project thing where you can interact with the characters that's viewable on PC or mobile. Good luck with that. You can see that with all of these different projects on their plate, getting a quality product out there within such a short time was a bit of a tall order. It was their first time developing a live service game, and apparently they've never bothered with QA or testing. Or maybe they should have called it beta testing. Even as of now, Muv-Luv Dimensions is sitting at a fairly comfortable spot, though the release of the gacha game was not received well by all fans. In a tweet before Dimensions launched, one of the major figures behind the project said that the continuation of the Muv-Luv franchise would ultimately depend on the success or failure of the re-released gacha. This was not a good look, at least in my opinion, as they're essentially holding the game hostage and demand fans to support the gacha game so that the main visual novels can continue, or just let their favorite franchise die out. Look, we live in an age where sequels are milked to hell and endings don't actually exist anymore. Why bother inventing a new idea when you can just capitalize on what's already popular? As some Reddit users pointed out, this was a lose-lose situation for Muv-Luv fans, as if the gacha didn't succeed, then it will be the end of the franchise. If it did succeed, then there will be no reason to invest in anything else except for this cash cow that gave them all the money in the world. To my understanding, based on the footage I saw of Dimensions, the story is still not voice acted, the gameplay is relatively unchanged from Mortals, and the UI work is just okay, I guess. The game is getting by, so I suppose there's no harm in it. And that's kinda the end of this whole debacle. It's crazy to think that a game could only exist for around 6 hours before never being able to resurface again. The Muv-Luv franchise, at least in terms of the original trilogy, is something I absolutely do recommend if you have the time for it. It's one of those works that flies under most people's radars, because if you really pull back and discover hidden gems like these, it might just make you understand why Muv-Luv is so highly regarded, and why this flop was such a big deal for fans. So the next time a gacha game releases, pay attention on launch date. You just might discover something as bizarre as this. That's all for today's story. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like. And if you want to stick around for other outlandish stories in the gacha industry, stay tuned for more.
Crazy.
Thank you for watching, and as always, have fun with the game.
That's crazy. Okay. Sure.
Look for an ATM from our bank, or we'll have to pay a small fortune in fees.
BMO has more fee-free ATMs than the two largest U.S. banks combined.
Wow, saving money and more convenient.
Can I play a game on your tablet?
Sorry, no games. But we do have financial tools.
Finance.
Gacha games, known by many gamers as the scum of the earth, on the bottom of the gaming society's social caste system, huddled up side by side with Candy Crush and Bloons Tower Defense 6, with hentai games being slightly above the three of them. However, what if I were to say that... What's that? Did y'all just put a head out on me for saying Bloons is ass? Well, anyway, gacha game scams, let's talk about them. Now what I mean when it comes to scams are not inherently specific gacha games themselves. Granted, stuff like FGO exists, so the extent of my tolerance towards saying that is tested in the face of the 200 pulls I did to get the equivalent of nothing except for half-breathed carbon dioxide, but I am talking about gacha game ripoffs. And there are some such as cash grabs for popular IPs, but those are about a dime a dozen to find, so I don't care to really talk about them. Instead, I'm going to talk about gachas that have stolen character designs, wasted thousands of dollars by players, were investigated by the government for breaches of contract, and completely rigged the gacha mechanics without the players knowing. But to start off with a small-scale scam, look at these two Arknights characters. On the left we have Saria, and on the right we got Leslie. Now these two designs are fairly unique. I mean, they got the regular old Arknights features like horns and whatnot, because the game's 50% of the way to being tagged as a furry one. But the designs are pretty noticeable. They ain't out here looking like the average character in a MiHoYo game. So with that being the case, I want you to imagine a way you can steal the designs without it being obvious. Like, if you were to be making a scam and, for whatever reason, decided stealing the designs of one of the most popular gacha games would be a goated idea, then how would you do it? Because whatever you thought, I guarantee it was better than this shit, because goddamn they did not even try. This 1 million IQ scheme was done by a game called Girls' Mansion. They decided to steal the two, incredibly, damn unique, designs for their ads. Now, in response to this, Arknights sued them and made the company agree to never steal Arknights' designs again, as well as having them pay a settlement amount. Now, generally, that's where the story ends, and it makes for a good laugh, because after all, the lawsuit was settled in Hypergriff's favor, and it's a pretty open and shut case. But I actually wanted to dig deeper into this to see what's up, and because of that, I decided to download the game. Now, to do this, I had to find the original Chinese version of Hypergriff's statement on the game, and use my non-existent understanding of the Chinese language to figure out which of the quoted games was not titled Arknights. Now, from there, I copied the name and threw it into Google, landing me on, honestly, some of the sketchiest fucking sites I've ever witnessed. And one of them had a big green download button, which, as you all know, is not a recipe for disaster in the slightest. So I clicked download, and about 30 fucking minutes later, don't know why this shit took so long considering it was 136 megabytes, the game, or possible virus, was downloaded. And yes, don't worry, I scanned it with virus total. Only one vendor said it was a Trojan, so I'm sure it's fine. Now after asking for my, fucking location, it went to download the bulk of what I can only pray is a video game. And I need Chinese citizenship to sign up. Fuck. Well, boys, we tried hard, but appears the battle has been lost. However, in place of playing that game, there is one scam I was able to get my hands on, Winning Derby. Now, this is I was gonna say clone or copy, but that feels a little generous given what it is. This is a deformed abomination wearing the rotted skin of Uma Musume. Now, you see, Uma Musume is a game in which you get horse girls and race them. You know, every time I say that, I'm still confused on how this game pulls in millions, but at the same time, I ain't really mad at it, get that bag. However, within getting that horse girl bag...
Alright, that's Alright, yeah, I get that. I can see how that can happen.
Some other companies decided, hey, that shit don't look half bad, wouldn't mind getting a slice of that pie myself. Let's forget about the fact that the Yakuza is pretty invested with their company and also threatens doujin artists to not make hentai of the characters. And within forgetting that, they decided to make Uma Musume but dog shit. Now see, they basically took the gameplay loop of it, dumbed it down to where a toddler could play it because a fully developed brain is not within the target audience for this slop, and sprinkled on top of this delightful package is AI art. Yep, everything in it is AI art. Deadass. The shit ain't even like AI assisted art or maybe Photoshop to hide it. Nah. This is the most obvious shit known to man. You can take a caveman from the Stone Ages and they'd probably be able to sniff it out. And the text of the game I'm pretty sure is also AI translated, because the formatting is beyond ass. It flows like a leaking septic tank and they didn't type out stamina correctly. Brother, why? That is a question that will permeate the depths of my soul because I cannot understand who this game is for. It's kind of like the Minecraft ripoffs you'd see on app stores. Except the difference is, those would either be free or incredibly cheap for the game. Meanwhile, you expect people to gamble for AI art. Goddamn, that shit makes the NFT idiots look like geniuses. And you may think to yourself, well, I mean, the gambling makes it so you can see them in gameplay, so at the very least, even if it is AI art, the models will be unique on their own. Well, here's the thing about that. Within the desaturated hellscape one might mistake as gameplay, the godforsaken 3D models do not even look like the generated abominations you gamble for. They were too lazy to even try and make 3D models that looked vaguely similar to what blind people can misinterpret as waifus. Now the gambit is, from my understanding, a ripoff of Uma Musume that is done in the most... bare bones is a generous description, done in a way that would only be a satisfying game if it was the last thing someone could play in the event of a nuclear apocalypse. Now from there, the genius creators decided to use AI art, probably because no real artist would have wanted their name attached to this, and decided to whip out ChatGPT's free plan to translate it into English. And this did not culminate into a successful project. Instead, it's something that is considered a scam, which, I gotta say, masterful gambit. But funnily enough, turns out Uma Musume did not sue them for this game.
This is the story of how Pipedrive can accelerate your business growth by automating admin when everyday tasks start slowing you down so you can reach your destination quicker. Pipedrive, driving business growth.
Oh, there's too many commercials on YouTube, man. I'm getting tired.
And that sounds like a good thing for the company. After all, Uma Musume can probably drag them down to the depths of Tartarus if they really wanted to. However, in place of that, they are being investigated by the government of Hong Kong. Now, what I was able to gather from the only article I've seen about this, which wasn't natively in English, is Hong Kong has a program set up to give local developers funds to create games. I would imagine the purpose behind it is to support local businesses within the gaming sphere, as that's generally dominated by many other countries. Now from there, the loan was given to many different companies, including the creators of Uma Musume Skinwalker Edition. The thing is though, it has a clause saying that the content cannot be plagiarized, and on that note, here's a completely unrelated pic from the article describing this investigation. So if it's determined that they violated the agreement via plagiarism, then they need to return up to $70,000 US to the government, with interest. Yeah, honestly, there are some geniuses with this one. And it is important to note that the branch for the program did say that during development of the game, they had not noticed anything that would violate the terms. However, after it released, and anyone who had briefly heard the words Uma Musume in passing saw it, they all called it a ripoff, thus prompting the investigation. Now I tried to find the result of this investigation, but not much info came up. I mean, the latest article I found was a Japanese one made in late August, but that still only talks about the investigation, not the results of it. However, I was able to find something interesting. So for the Tokyo Game Show that's happening at the time of writing this script right now, the Hong Kong Game Enhancement and Promotion Scheme has floor space and they're showing off 12 domestically made games, Winning Derby being one of them. So I wasn't able to find if the investigation resulted in them needing to return that money. If I were to hold a guess, I'd say the investigation is still ongoing. And them being at the Tokyo Game Show means one of two things. Either one, it's because, according to the contract, in addition to gaining money, they were to be given floor space at the Tokyo Game Show. So even if they are under investigation, if it has not been revealed for them to have breached contract, then they are still under contract, which means they should have floor space. case. And the other possibility could be that they cleared up the situation already and it was determined to not be plagiarized. Now, regardless of the outcome, if Uma Musume is standing behind them just waiting to bring them out back and ship their body to 50 different countries, that remains to be seen. However, when it comes to big IPs, there is one scam to talk about: Harry Potter Magic Awakened. So to talk about what the game did to scam people, let's set the stage. The game had an event where any of the premium currency you bought, named Starstones, were doubled. It's the basic mechanic of buy this pack of currency in a 2-for-1 deal, so everyone uses the opportunity to cash in on the deal and get a shit ton of gems. After all, they could be used to buy packs and paid items, so getting it on sale essentially meant getting those packs on sale, until they changed how the packs worked. You see, they made it so when you go to buy the paid items and packs, you don't need to use that premium currency. Instead, you could just buy it straight with real money, meaning anyone who spent money to buy that premium currency to then use it in buying future packs can no longer use it for that. They made use of the deal under the assumption that the gems would continue to be used how they normally were, and then they were made to be not worthless, but worth less. And the response to this was, I mean, you could probably imagine. A hashtag saying the game was scamming people got onto the trending list of Chinese social media, as this was prior to it being released on global. Now, one would hope that with this game being a thing, it was only a one-time fuck-up, not a pattern of behavior or anything. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Before this game happened, they had a case of false advertising. There was this pack that was up for purchase, and it was worded and shown anyway to make the buyers believe that after spending money for it, they would receive everything in it immediately. However, to get the items people really wanted, it turns out that, after purchasing it, they needed to increase their level to 100. And to do that, they either needed to play every day or, in some cases, purchase stamina so they could feasibly level up to 100 in that time limit. Meaning that the pack was framed in a way to where people were misled in thinking that, for fucking paying money, they would receive what was advertised to them. But after buying it, they were told they either gotta spend more for stamina refills to actually get what they had already paid for, or they had to grind this shit like a full-time job. Now, in response to people being pissed as hell about this, they did compensate players who bought it by giving them the items outright. Which is good, but when you look at what they did a couple of years later, yeah, it doesn't precisely paint the greatest faith for them. However, in all of this, the weirdest part is, I heard the game itself is not half bad. Which might come as a shock considering when you see a notable IP made a gacha game, yeah, that's a pretty good track record for it to be some dog shit. But from what I heard, mismanagement really hurt the game, so much so that the global version is shutting down late October this year. And with that being the case, there's something that I've always questioned when it comes to situations like this. If your game is good, then why do companies feel the need to scam their players or make really short-sighted business decisions for profit when a game with staying power would make them more money? And in terms of an answer, I don't particularly know one. I'd say there's probably a couple of different reasons. Maybe internal data revealed whatever game they had wasn't gonna last long, so they decided to cash out while interest was still high. I mean shit, look at Tower of Fantasy. The game itself is definitely more than playable, but the numbers it's pulling in isn't really the most insane thing. Maybe it would have been a more viable strategy to release some beyond insane value pack when the game was popping off to cash in on the lightning in a bottle. Or, to take a more fucked up approach, maybe they would have driven sunk cost fallacy and had more people stick with the game. Now, I'm not saying that they should have done this, but I am wondering if...
Alright. Legs are done. Boom. We just finished the legs. And now, what we have left is the waist. Oh, and the backpack. That's right. Legs and backpack. Let's keep going.
From a place of pure profits, if something like this would have explained why some companies seem to cash out on their games instead of trying to build them into a long-term game, like FGO with it having lived longer than the goddamn dinosaurs. But then you look at this game, something that, aside from the scams in the other regions' versions, did fairly well due to it being good. Then on the global side, they decide to remove content from the battle pass, skyrocket the cost of stuff by up to 100 times, and oh, yeah, made a skin that costs $100. Brother, why? What do you stand to gain from this except from your inevitable shutdown?
What is power? Maybe the better
question is...
But I suppose for a silver lining, at least players were able to look at this stuff happening and get a feel to not spend in the game, or at the bare minimum, spend less. Because my personal perspective is that if a company is not respecting you as a player, don't respect them. They don't deserve your money, they need to earn it. But that perspective only works when the company gives you a reason to be pissed at them, and at times, they don't foreshadow fucking you over. Which is precisely the case of what happened with the global version of Princess Connect, where it was announced to players that in a month, the game's global version will be shut down. Yep.
I just want to say this game was actually good. And made no sense that it shut down. I actually played this for a little bit. It's actually pretty good. Great character designs, had a pretty good, hilarious story. Yeah, this... I hope they bring it back, but yeah, that was bad.
The blue and only a month left to really play the game. Now, it's not like the global version was looking like it was thrown into a meat grinder prior to this announcement. After all, the money it brought in wasn't insane by any metric, but given the type of game Princess Connect was, it wasn't really expected to collapse with these numbers, especially when you factor in how a bit before this announcement, the game got a pretty big update, and also, to a more fucked up note, they had a pack to help progression in the game for new players, which, yeah. But thankfully, at the time the game was hacked into a million not-so-connected princesses, Crunchyroll made an article talking about the loss of losing a game you love. So maybe the people Crunchyroll screwed over can find solace in that? But the fact remains that seemingly out of the blue, a game people have spent so much money on was axed. Now, the precise reason, we don't know. Some have speculated it's due to a future update making the gacha more free-to-play friendly, and maybe that would have hurt sales to an unsustainable point. Or maybe the sales were just never able to survive on their own. Others said maybe the license needed to be renewed and they didn't have the money for it. I mean, we could throw out many different possibilities, but no one really knows. The most we do know is that this chalks up to another reason to not like Crunchyroll as a game publisher, as they have a long history of making gacha games less free-to-play friendly and not managing them well. In some cases, their rights to publish were taken back by the developers. And on the thread made years ago announcing that Princess Connect was going to be published by Crunchyroll, you had people saying it was fucked. Which, yeah, we're gonna call them prophets because they scouted that shit. Now, maybe to some, a situation such as this doesn't classify as a scam. Maybe instead, some just think it's a risk you take when playing a live service game, which is entirely true. With many live service games, you need to be prepared for your ability to play them to just vanish if it's no longer profitable. However, with that being the case, when we have a company that does this out of the blue after having just sold a new player pack and they have a history of screwing over so many games they've published, yeah, it doesn't paint the cleanest picture. Like, when you have a storied history of taking on the role of a publisher, then mishandling the game so much to where you can make a Fortnite montage of their deaths, I ain't gonna view the company with that much faith. As shutting down a dying game is understandable, and players can generally scout that out. When Revived Witch died, no one was surprised considering the fact it was pulling in a 1 out of 3,350th of what Genshin was making. So in a case like that, I don't feel as though many people can be mad because even though it was shutting down, the most obvious writing is on the wall. Whilst a situation like this feels purely motivated to maximize profits so they can send employees to work on their next gacha game, which in this case was Street Fighter Duel. And let's look at how that game is doing. Made a collab free-to-play friendly character require $5,000 to max out. Scripted roles. Must roll with paid only currency. Yeah, can't say I'm surprised. Oh, what's that about the Akuma banner? Limited character that you can't summon with premium currency. Must use paid only rolls. No pity. Cost $100 for 50 pulls. Yeah, bro, what the fuck is this shit? However, aside from Crunchyroll games being, that, on the note of scripted pulls, there is one legal case that's pretty interesting. So back in, well, January of this year, Nexon was sued for $9 million by South Korea's Fair Trade Commission. The reason was that between 2010 and 2021, they had changed the drop rates for their banners in MapleStory without telling the players rolling on it. With the drop rates for really sought after cubes, which is what people were gotching for, to 0.00001%. Meanwhile, Nexon was out here saying that the drop rates were not changed behind the scenes, and the response to the government suing them over lying and misleading players about the drop rates? This issue pertains to the period before 2016 when there was no obligation to disclose information about probability-based items. The KFTC's retrospective sanctions will greatly shrink Korea's gaming industry. In other words, they don't give a flying fuck. The dadass went, yep, we scammed them hoes, but conversely, there wasn't a law saying it was bad to lie about probabilities. And that's not all. They literally have a patent for...
Alright. Cool. Let's keep going. And, oh.
Is it A15, right? Yep, A15. Let's keep going.
Dynamic pull rates, meaning if you play a lot, your chance to get something decreases. If you play less, it increases. Your location also changes the rate, probably to make it so high income areas have worse rates because those players will more likely have disposable income. If your gacha items exceed a limit, decrease your rates. Rates change if you got friends on your list, probably to make it so people with a lot of friends can show off their good gacha results, thus making more people want to roll. Change your rates depending on your friend's stats, and then change them again based on the rarity of the gacha and based on your current items. And in case you're wondering what the patent is, let's go to the Korean patent catalog. Throw in this number and there's Nexon's scummy ass pulling up. Now since it's originally in Korean, we gotta rely on shitty machine translations, but you can still see that, yeah, all of this is in the patent. They legitimately have a patent for scamming motherfuckers. And to be absolutely clear, we just know they have this patent, but I don't believe we know exactly which games use it. After all, they've made a ton of games and it could be in any of them. So I don't want to give the impression that this patent is being used in like Blue Archive or something, because to make a claim like that, I would want to see undeniable proof of it. But I can't exactly look at the patent in the most innocent way knowing what they did with MapleStory. So I'm not saying Nexon is using this patent in any specific game, but I am saying that they have it, and we've seen rather interesting behavior when it comes to MapleStory, so I can't exactly think using this in many of their games would be beyond them. Now, does this patent being made public matter to them? Hell no. They know how gacha addiction works, this ain't gonna hurt them much. Even if it was dead to rights that they've used this in every single game they've made, I don't think it would hurt their bottom line that much. And do you think they care about being sued for $9 million? Hell no. The money they got from scamming people was worth a hell of a lot more than $9 million. They straight up would have made less if they didn't have to pay that fine by just playing everything above board, which is crazy to say out loud. As for something like the Winning Derby game I covered, that's easy to look at and go, yep.
For the architects of today, the future is yours to build with Azure AI Foundry's trusted AI tools, backed by the scale and security of Microsoft.
I'm kind of a deal hunter. So
we used a Spectrum savings calculator today, and it was...
I said, how is the savings so substantial?
Pile of shit. But for Nexon,
we have E8. I don't know where E8's at. K2, K1, H, A, E8. There it is. All right, there we go.
Unless you've heard the news about this, which, let's keep it a million, how many fucking people pay attention to gacha game news? Much less how many people in the West are willing to hear about lawsuits in Korea over mechanics and patents for gacha games. And if you haven't heard about it, you're getting scammed while just thinking every pull you're doing is fine with the proposed gacha rates. Supposing that they're using the patent as aside from MapleStory, we don't know with absolute certainty that they're fucking with the rates of their other games. Though I sincerely doubt any lawsuits would stop them from scamming players based on rates, unless the lawsuits start
Alright, waste is done. Waste is done. Now we got one more, and this is the backpack, and then we're done. Yep, there we go.
Pulling in a notable percentage of their revenue. And lying about rates has been done before by Grand Blue Fantasy. Well, maybe not lying about rates. You see, it had banners pertaining to the Chinese zodiac animals, and for the second animal banner, Monkey, the rate to pull her specific rarity was 3%. However, for that 3%, two other characters shared a rate up in that pool. Now at this time, the rates per character were not listed, so all players assumed that the rate up for the three characters of that rarity was the same percentage. Then a streamer decided to pull on stream. He proceeded to spend over $6,000 on the Monkey banner to just get one copy of her. Homie spent 6 bands on a damn lolly monkey. But within these roles, he got multiple copies of the other two rate-up characters, and he wasn't alone. Many people had the same experience and even pulled up the numbers to show that the rate-up for the monkey was not anywhere near as much as the other two characters. Naturally, this caused players to go ballistic because even though the rates were never listed, many people were under the impression that the rate for the three characters would be equal. And due to the outrage over this, Cygames apologized and made it so the rates per character would be displayed and introduced the sparking system, where if after 300 pulls you did not get the limited character, you can guarantee them. Granted, that still is about $1,000, so Christ. But that still is an improvement. And they also refunded all pulls on the banner that players did, so any pull you spent on it was entirely free. So all in all, they had the best response they could have to this situation. Which, I mean, that's a much better response than Nexon saying they played some hoes and Crunchyroll doing some dumb shit like this to just later bring the game out back and empty a 12 gauge into its cranium. And due to this, a list of guidelines was published that recommended gachas to have their rates listed for players, which meant this was more or less a birth of gachas displaying their character drop rates, so at least it has a good ending. However, that is, within truth, only a brief outlook into the world of gacha game scams, which are not only insanely profitable, but even if you do face investigation or lawsuits, it appears that shit like that won't mean much in the face of the money you can make. And honestly, in saying that, I've come to the realization that that statement doesn't just cover gacha game scams, but honestly, business as a whole. Now, when it comes to the question on if a consumer can do something to fix all this, the answer is no. There's nothing. I'm gonna keep it a million with you. There's not much an average player can really do to sway things like this. Much less an average Western player, because after all revenue from the West is a speck of dust when compared to the East. So even if a large-scale protest happened to try and boycott these games, I don't think it would work. An example, the Natlin protest for Genshin. You had millions of people talking about it, paying attention to it, and many participating in it. The result? Nothing. In fact, you had many people who protested Natlin suddenly drop their morals they paraded so much the second it became less popular to say you're boycotting Genshin. Hell, even the boycotts of Genshin said it was still fine to play the game, like what the hell? And I'm not saying this to shit on the people who play Genshin, I'm just using it as an example to say that, yeah, many of these boycotts and protests don't really pan out. In some cases, it's because they were handled as well as dropping a hydrogen bomb into a dumpster fire, or the company that was being boycotted against just didn't care. Or maybe a large part of the people saying they care about the cause really don't and are just saying that for brownie points. There's many reasons as to why protests don't pan out, and in truth, I don't know if I could really hate the people that genuinely care to protest and later went on to play the game when they saw the protests fade away, because I do feel a general sense of resignation can lead people to not caring and just going with the flow. The only people I really dislike when it comes to stuff like this are the ones who will say they care about the cause, knowing full well that when people no longer care about it as much, they would have already cashed in on being one of the most vocal protesters. And from there, business as usual, back to playing the game. I just really dislike when people will parade fake morals for their own gain, which is done abundantly. But that's why I think protests against things like this might not do much. End of the day, the most we can do as consumers is vote with our wallet. But when one whale's wallet holds the weight of 2,000 players, how much does your vote matter? And honestly, fuck, I didn't mean for the end of this video to become depressing. Jesus, I just want to joke about gacha game scams. But there is definitely something to be said about how much a player's opinion matters in situations like this, which I might dive into more in a future video. That seems like a pretty interesting...
Yeah, oh no! Ugh. Okay. As long as the Baba didn't pop out, I'm okay. Oh, there it is. It didn't pop out. Okay, I'm good. Alright, we're good. Whew. That's about to be bad, but it's fine. There we go. All right. What else do we have left? Don't want to do. I'm almost done. I can't watch a long one. Oh. Sure, let's watch this.
Hey Meta, know any recipes for two?
I'm not the biggest fan of K1, but we'll watch this.
Try Zero free for 30 days.
Let's go!
Let's talk about it. There was a trailer that popped up not that long ago, and it was something that I had been feared and I had warned people about a couple months ago, something like that. It was to a point where it seemed like MK1 got its latest DLC character, which was the T-1000, and people were sort of emphatically, this is great, like this is a cool character. Kind of happy about MK1. I'd say earlier this year when they were getting its DLC and there was like the talk of costumes possibly being there and all this stuff, that's like, that's weird that they would add movie costumes to things we haven't even seen before. It almost seems like they're getting ready for content that's way far away and injecting it into the game now to sort of be ready the fact that this game will not be getting updates in the future. People actually looked at it as a sign of really good news that we're going to continually get more MK1, and I sort of looked at it as bad news. I think they're like preloading the game with the stuff that they can just eventually release. At the end of every NRS game, they usually do a compilation of some kind. They usually do some sort of release at the end of MK11, Injustice 2, Mortal Kombat X even, a full compilation that includes most of the DLC seasonal content that is available in them and just packages it as one for a discount, and they no longer individually sell those things. They just want you to buy the big thing. That only historically has happened when they're done. It's only historically happened when development has finished and they are kind of working on the next game and they're like, well, we're sort of setting this one behind and we're moving forward. That could not be the case, but just the other day, this was announced. Mortal Kombat 1 Definitive Edition. Actual Definitive Edition. And it's a trailer. It exists.
It pleases me to again face combat.
It literally is taking pretty much all the core big content that was Mortal Kombat 1 and cramming it all together in like a new boxed release almost, you know? This also happened to the other games as well. There was like a new physical, a new digital. It kind of like, yeah, the fire sale at the end. Here's those cool movie costumes, and yeah, bro, like, dude, this Sub-Zero looks crazy cool. I hate that I made that pun, I'm sorry. The Sub-Zero looks really good. So, damn, that Shao Kahn also looks great. The Scorpion also looks great. The visuals in MK1, as much as I really prefer the art style of MK11, god damn, dude, this game does look really good sometimes. Like, they really nailed it. A lot of focus on guest characters because they're like the most marketable, you know. Omni-Man crunching. People getting stabbed, yada, yada, yada. I'm about to watch like, what, 6 more minutes of fatalities, animalities, brutalities, finish himalities, nudialities, babyalities, floydialities, everything. It's kind of dire. I'm not saying what I predicted would happen is a definitive explanation that they could be done. It's not. This could just be happening, and maybe they're doing something a bit different with MK1, but it's not looking particularly good. And I do think that is sad. Just generally speaking, before we talk about some of the things that this game eventually ended up doing very well, that makes this, in my eyes, the most fun Mortal Kombat to play since Mortal Kombat X. I want to kind of focus on how MK1 got here and what could be better like for the future. So if this is the end, right? If this is like truly the end, the issue is that it sort of breaks the promise. Once again, this was a second promise, right? There was also a promise made by Ed Boon for Mortal Kombat 11 that there would be significantly more expansion / support for Mortal Kombat 11 as a game. MK1, they said the same thing, that they wanted to continue and support it more.
Okay, I'm almost done. I just got the backpack left. What do we have? Oh, these all have stickers. Well, alright. So, K2, K166, K1, K277. Okay. Oh. No, we're not. No, this one. Do we use these anymore? I guess we're done with these. Okay. So I need to go back to K. Go back to the K's. That's A. We need a K. K1, K2. K1 and K2. And I already see what I need. Let's get back to it.
And yada yada yada, support it for years. And I have something to tell you guys. I'm not just in Ed Boon's pocket when I talk about this. Ed didn't lie when he said that, and that was indeed likely their plan. What he said was true at the time. The issue is that NetherRealm Studios and the choices they make are not chosen by them when they eventually make it into the game. It was absolutely their intention that they wanted to keep developing and supporting and refining this game to turn it into something that could potentially be like much better than it was at launch. Even the launch of the game felt like it was kicked up 6 months quicker than it should have been. Should have been launching in early 2024 instead of 2023. The extremely heavy-handed additional costume, DLC, cosmetic stuff that was sprinkled throughout the entire game, those are not things that are chosen by NRS. In fact, the money that is made from those transactions are not something that is going directly into the pockets of NetherRealm Studios. It's going into the pockets of the publisher, and those decisions are made by the publisher. Publisher's WB. WB's had a track record of a lot of really weird-ass decisions that they have made since the get-go, and not even including Mortal Kombat 1, several of their projects have been going through it. In fact, the whole reason we're here, the whole reason we're having this conversation right now, is because even though MK1 goes on to be one of the most played online games on like PlayStation, we actually see those figures. Ed posts them every once in a while. Mortal Kombat 1 remains for like the past year in the top 20 most played games on PlayStation, beating out all the other fighting games, beating out literally any other fighting game that is on that specific network. Even though that happens, there's rumors that Chaos Reigns does not sell particularly well. As an expansion, it's greatly overpriced. The quality of the story expansion isn't particularly great either. It is easily the weakest NRS like story mode of all of them. It leaves you in a finality that kind of leaves me bewildered that, whoa, we're ending the game here? Because it was quite literally an end of an episode where it felt like there was going to be maybe another episode and then a finality. There was going to be a lot. We were just building up towards something. And the whole point of this one was, you know, the Cyber Ninja Girls were not even Cyber Ninja Girls. It was just Sector and Cyrax, you know, not even cybernetic anymore, finding their place in the story, right? And finding their place amongst characters so that they could become part of like a bigger finality. And it just ends. And it just is them shaking hands like we're going to be friends now type of thing. And then it just ends. So long story short, 6 months later, there is some rumors, and these aren't even considered leaks because they are just rumors, that this expansion pack doesn't sell particularly well. Early signs that whatever future story modes might have been planned or whatever DLC characters, that there's a chance that there's not going to be anything more, that whatever's at the end of the season could be it. Considering what's happening with this definitive edition, it looks like that's the case. There's a very high probability that the developers at NRS likely wanted to continue, wanted to refine, because I'm going to be honest, they have been. This past 6 months of the game, 6 to 8 months, this final season has had some of the best gameplay and updates to MK1 that we've seen. There were several things added to this game that were super cool. And finally, it felt like the game was on an upturn. It felt like, dude, some of the decisions that's going into this is good. Since even pre-release, I have been pretty dour on MK1, although feeling better than I had with MK11 pre-release and making some criticisms about its gameplay and stuff. Pretty dour on how this game is functionally, and then it came out, and unfortunately all of my paranoia about this game pre-release proved to be real, and the game was truly in a very bad state when it came out, really not meeting the expectations of people that are looking forward to gameplay stuff, much less casual fans looking for content. It was not there, dude. So they spent like almost a year really refining the game and turning it into something more fun. But ultimately speaking, a game that I did find more generally fun than any NRS game since Mortal Kombat.
There is no limitation. We won't challenge completely. In the next generation, GMC Terrain AT4. We are professional grade.
You can't play me, bring me in, or try and tame me. It's time to push yourself first. Don't stop believing your worth. Let it rain on you, 'cause you're fabulous. Hello, Moto.
X, and I can emphatically say that right now, that at the end of MK1 now, I genuinely have had more fun with this game as an NRS game than any NRS game since Mortal Kombat X, straight up. Some of the Season 3 characters and adjustments they made across the board and how the cameo system is now working is so much better, dude. Jesus, man.
Let's see. All right, you know what? Let's go ahead and look at.
All right, guys.
I
So
was talking about this in a video. You know what? No, I'll talk about this in a video. I'll talk about Yeah, I'll talk. I'm gonna do a video on this. So I'm gonna watch that. What? 4 days ago? I can't watch it too soon. It's too soon. Too soon. It's fine. I'll go ahead. Oh, no, I want to watch something else. Could have been. I agree with that statement. You know what? I could watch this one because I would watch like news articles like real time, so we could watch this. Let's see what's going on with Marathon. Even though I had no desire to play the game, why not? I'm almost done. It's something that we can listen to. Something I can listen to before I head out.
I've covered a lot of failed live services in my channel over the years, and I'm telling you, Marathon is following this trend just beat by beat. And unless there's a major overhaul or a major change of plans, I don't foresee this game really garnering a level of success that will allow it to be a long-term live service. And this goes doubly true with some recent developments. Now, already, we have talked about the fact that the reception surrounding the game itself has not been particularly positive, with trailers and whatnot garnering mixed reviews, with hands-on experiences not being as enthusiastic as you might hope they are for a new Bungie title. You've got the fact that player retention surrounding the game has not been great, with closed alphas highlighting a pattern of diminishing players and diminishing viewership and just diminishing social media presence on major platforms like Twitch. And of course, the most recent controversy involving plagiarism has plagued the game's PR because, well, every time you look at the game, you can't help but wonder what's stolen and what isn't. And then on top of all that, you've got reports highlighting how morale at Bungie is at an all-time low or in free fall across all departments, with developers at Bungie stating to reporters that the vibes have never been worse, with concerns about what will happen to Bungie itself should Marathon bomb. And it looks like that's the direction that this is headed in. Now, something else that this Forbes article reported was that Bungie pulled the plug on its main Marathon marketing plan, which was going to have a new trailer in June. The whole campaign needs to be reworked now. Beyond that, a public beta that was supposed to happen in August may have changed into a roadmap of public playtests. So plans are in flux, and it would seem as though there's no clear direction as to when and how this game will launch, especially in light of recent developments, highlighting just a certain kind of hostility towards the game and a certain level of disdain towards the game. And that finally brings us to the latest developments surrounding Marathon and the news that seem to indicate that this game is in for quite an uphill long-term journey. It would seem as though we might not see this game this year based on more news and more affirmations that marketing surrounding this game is just not going as originally planned and maybe altogether canceled. The following information was relayed by Colin Moriarty of Sacred Symbols. Currently, this episode of his podcast where he talked about this is paywalled on Patreon, but there's one specific quote that numerous news outlets picked up on from Colin Moriarty's reporting, and he's someone who has sources in the industry and is able to get information from folks who decide that they need to speak out about behind-the-scenes goings-ons. And so right here we have a Forbes article that kind of quoted Colin Moriarty on Sacred Symbols. He had the following to say about what he heard based on his own kind of research and him speaking to sources that he has at PlayStation. So here's the exact quote that's making tons of headlines. I was told by someone familiar with marketing plans in a key overseas market that there are now no plans to do paid marketing for a marathon at all. I don't know if those plans were affected by what has recently happened or if that was always the plan or whatever, but it is considered a fairly unusual move for a game of this high profile. So this is the second time we're hearing, the second report that has stated that marketing plans for Marathon have been scrapped altogether and will be reworked. So what that indicates is that this game will likely be delayed. And Paul Tassi from Forbes kind of hinted at this already with his reporting, and in this reporting of Colin Moriarty's report, Paul Tassi goes on to say that that was similar to what he was told when he spoke to folks at Bungie, whereas Colin Moriarty got his information from folks within Sony. Sony and Bungie being aligned due to the fact that Sony bought out Bungie, so the fact that we're getting sources from both within the development studio and the publishing side of things all saying the same things seems to indicate that there's validity to the situation, that marketing for this game was scrapped, in part likely because of the plagiarism accusations that's forcing Bungie to essentially go through the entire game and see what was stolen and what wasn't, what was directly lifted from the original artist who exposed Bungie for plagiarism, and what stuff is actually original to Bungie. And then beyond that, there's just this general sense that nobody really is about this game. Nobody really likes this game. And then the plagiarism situation and controversy was kind of the final nail in the coffin. You know, it was already a precarious situation, but the trust and the goodwill surrounding Marathon, a game that already wasn't appealing to a lot of people, both on the Bungie side and on the extraction shooter side, the bad will that all this has generated has meant that people weren't even really willing to give Marathon a chance. And so all of this has culminated in a situation where most likely the game will have to be delayed in order for them to reassess how to market this game yet again, how to find ways to kind of spruce up the game in a way that will make it more appealing, and that way they have just better prospects for this title's, you know, potential success. Though I think that even with a delay, it ultimately will not make much of a difference. I believe that the problems surrounding Marathon are on a foundational level. The plagiarism stuff, that only added fuel to the fire. But I just think that unless they make a different type of game altogether, this game really doesn't have a whole lot in terms of a chance for success. What its skeleton is, that they're building everything else around, that is the thing that is just not appealing to a whole lot of people. And then you look at the art style, the one thing that people are like, that's kind of unique and appealing, and turns out that elements of that were taken from artists who did not contribute to the game and who did not give permission for Bungie to use their assets. And you've got a situation where now no aspect of the game ultimately appeals to really anyone.
The bespoke AI Family Hub Plus refrigerator with AI vision inside. Even smarter with smart.
And I mean, I want to highlight another situation, another live service that saw myriad delays. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. This was coming from Rocksteady, a very celebrated studio, right, who created the Batman Arkham trilogy. And this is a game that initially had some kind of hype around it, and then people learned that it was a live service. So already once people learned that, there was a whole lot of trepidation surrounding this title, and then gameplay came out for the game, and it looked just so generic, even for a live service, that people were not really giving this game a whole lot in terms of hope that it will succeed. People were kind of a little turned off by the direction that this game was taking. And so throughout the course of the development cycle of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, tons of delays happened. The game was delayed, I believe, 3 times. And, you know, they used that time to polish things up. But what ultimately launched was a live service that felt really kind of incomplete. You know, they didn't really wrap up a full arc of a story because they wanted to make sure that the story lasted for many, many seasons, because they wanted to recurrently monetize players and keep them engaged. And so the campaign experience just didn't feel as satisfying as it could have. And then beyond that, you know, despite the delays, the core of the game was what people were turned off by. The skeleton of the game was what people weren't appealed by. And despite having the DC brand behind it, despite the Justice League being in there, despite villains like Joker and Harley Quinn and, you know, iconic characters from the DC universe being used to market this game, it ultimately ended up being an utter flop, despite the myriad delays, despite them trying to, you know, market this game as best they could. Because ultimately, a brand and an IP and characters can't carry an entire game, especially in the live service space, this market that's so oversaturated, where if you don't stand out, like Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, where it just felt so generic in what it did and didn't really do anything better than other live services, then what you ultimately get is a situation where the game really has no chance for success. You can just sense it. You can sense a lack of enthusiasm surrounding a game like this, and it feels like Marathon is going through a similar journey. Sure, they can delay it, but Marathon is still just Marathon. It is still that extraction shooter that doesn't really get extraction shooter right, or it doesn't have the bones and the meat to make it as appealing as something like Tarkov or as Hunt Showdown, which have become sort of de facto games in this genre that Marathon is trying to break into. But based on impressions that are out there, just a lot of people don't feel like Marathon does enough to stand out. The fact that it's charging $40 and isn't free to play, combined with just a lack of substantial content and it feeling feature incomplete, and it not feeling like it does anything new or unique or anything that surpasses the established norm. Even if the Bungie name is behind Marathon, even if, you know, the creators of Destiny are the ones shipping this, that's no guarantee of success. In the same way that...
Okay. How far? Okay, now that is ridiculous. I'm not going to say nothing right now about that. I almost oh my god, it stabbed my floor though. I almost stabbed myself in the leg. Jeez. Alright. Okay, I think I'm almost done, and I need to get done because I need to get up off this chair. Alright. Alright. And now... Alright, I'll let this finish up. It's almost over.
You could tag a game with the Marvel brand on it, like Marvel's Avengers, and it can still flop, because if the game does not look appealing and if it's not ultimately fun to play, or if it doesn't do...
Farmer Boy's Farm Stand Fresh and Affordable menu, starting at just $9.99.
Watch the Slayer.
what other live services do, but better, or just, you know, new enough and fresh enough and executed well enough that people feel like they have to try this thing out, then, you know, Bungie as a brand, you know, as a studio, despite the pedigree that they have in the games industry, that name won't be enough to draw people to Marathon. And right now, really, you just can feel the general sense, both among hardcore fans of Bungie and among just your general gaming populace, that this game is just not quite it. You look at folks talking about why this game is not appealing to them and just how much it's getting in terms of interactions and upvotes. No proximity chat, no solo queues. So lacking in features that appeal to those who like to engage in multiplayer, and then lacking features for those who like to play live services in solo mode. No species of aliens that people liked from the original Marathon. No campaign, no personal customizable characters, no tension in an extraction shooter, not listening to fans. A lot of people are just calling developers, or, you know, in particular leadership, I'd say, delusional. And that's not too far off from what developers at Bungie are saying. They're speaking to reporters to kind of say their piece about what it's like working at Bungie and working on Marathon. And even the developers don't seem to have much faith. Not only is morale in free fall, but the fact that they're almost an active rebellion by telling reporters, hey, things are not good within Bungie, with quotes like this. This is a former developer who spoke out on social media platforms like Blue Sky, saying, as a former Bungie employee who worked on Marathon, I feel for those still at the studio. Working with engineering, Marathon leadership was extremely toxic and humiliating. I won't speak about the rest, but Bungie leadership needs to be gutted completely. So that's somebody who spoke out on his own platform, but then you've got some former and or current developers at Bungie who spoke to folks like Destin from IGN, who quoted employees saying the following on his channel: everything happening to Bungie is because of greed. Bungie's problems stem from a lack of player empathy, disconnected leadership, and a corporate-first structure. Internal language shifted from studio, games, and players to company, product, and customers during the Sony acquisition. The fact that you've got folks like Paul Tassi being told by developers that feedback that was being relayed to leadership as far back as 5 years ago went unheard and often ignored, or the fact that you've got Destin being told that Bungie feels like a cool kids club where you either agreed with leadership or were put on a list, berated publicly, and told your ideas didn't matter, with one ex-employee saying if they didn't think of it, it wasn't worth doing, so on and so forth. And you've got a situation where there's just no faith at all that Bungie can pull off Marathon, make it a successful product, and that it can stand the test of time. I'd love to hear what your thoughts and opinions are on everything surrounding Marathon, what you think prospects look like for the game, and what you think the future holds for Bungie given the Marathon situation right now. Share your thoughts in the comments below, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
Profit, dude.
No, we're not.
I need to go to slug shotgun school, dude.
Yeah. I am almost done. What's going on?
But one thing that people had a big criticism of in the first game was side content. The side content in this game is actually fairly good, offering fulfilling rewards, opening hidden optional dungeons, and revealing new parts of the world. If you've been disappointed with contemporary FF games like Final Fantasy 13 or 16, not really having any secrets to find in its world, this game is the complete and utter opposite. In Final Fantasy VII Remake, I did all the side content to get it over with. In Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it was a challenge to pull me away from the side diversions. Minigames such as Queen's Blood are amazing, and it actually managed to dethrone Triple Triad as my favorite minigame in the series. It may take you some time to warm up to it, but once you do, this is going to stall you from the main story quests for a long time. But one thing that people had a big criticism of in the first game was side content. The side content in this game is actually fairly good.
Alright, we're pretty much at the end. So this goes right here. So let me see. Oh, okay. We're not done yet. Wait a minute, come here. Okay. Okay. Okay, it goes like this, right? Said it right? Yeah, guess so. This goes here. Oh, I don't know if I did it on stream. Okay. Oh, well, it's this one. Nope, this one is not cleaned out, but it's here. Alright, that one is not clean. Is this one cleaned out? Nope. So these I can actually cut right there, because you're not going to be able to see those. But these right here, all right. Okay, and we got this and this. Okay, and put it together. Here, and this one goes right here. All right. Okay, and now the runners are really cleaned, but all right. And then you put so 22, 21, 20. Okay, so you put, so you do 22, 22, and then you do Okay. And do I want to do the beam sabers? No, I do not. I will not do the beam saber because they don't have a holder for the beam saber. Alright. That's everything. And I hope to do this again one day. I do want to get another one of these because I have some ideas for kit bashing. But anyways, we're going to go ahead and finish all this up. And there is a lot left on this kit. So let me go ahead and turn this one off. Ooh. Turn that off. We don't need it no more. So I'm gonna go ahead and finish it up. So we ain't gotta worry about it. Yep, I definitely want to get... Oh, jeez. That's not good. Those blades. I definitely want to get another one of these in the future for sure. Another one of these absolutely needs to be bought. Absolutely. Oh, what up, Crocky? You came right in, man. Woo. Good to hear from you, man. Alright, let me put this together real quick. Yep, you're literally at the end. Literally at the end. I'm about to put all this together right now. But I don't know. I may stick around though. I gotta see. I gotta get something to eat real quick. But I mean, I ain't gotta leave. But I just gotta head downstairs real quick. Put this together real quick. Here goes the legs. You know, I should hit up a homie, see if he wants to play, because he's been begging me to play games. So maybe I might stay on and maybe do a little bit of gaming. Here's the waist. I'm doing this opposite. Here's the arms. Finally, the backpack. And we got the head. And there you go. That's a finalized kit. You know what? Well, I mean, it's funny how you said that, because the original of this kit actually is technically a satellite cannon. Not this version of it, but the other variant is actually a satellite cannon. I'm not even gonna lie. Here. This variant right here. The original one. Focus. That is actually a satellite cannon. So it's funny that you said that. There we go. We're done with another one. This month was my choice. Next month, y'all get to vote. So I'll have that up in June. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's why I explained that you said that. There we go. Give me 1 second. Let me call somebody real quick, see if they're available. Give me 1 second.
Dang, he didn't pick up. He didn't pick up. Alright. Well, I will be right back. Just give me 2 seconds. Oh, congrats! Congrats! I'm happy to hear that. I forgot summer is coming up. Congratulations. Alright, give me 1 second. I just gonna put some stuff away real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Let me put this on there. Oops. There we go. Alright, give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna put some stuff away real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Had to put some stuff away. That is, man, I'm happy to hear that though, Crocky. What is it in? Is it in math, science? Hey. Hey, if it makes you feel better, my birthday was just a couple of days ago, so hey. Between your luck and my luck, you should have enough luck to pass. Thank you. And happy birthday to you too. I don't know if I'm saying if it's early or not, but happy birthday to you too. That's funny. It looks like we're in the same month. That's funny. That is funny. Oh yeah, you know what? I don't mind streaming for a little bit longer. Why not? I got at least an hour, I think. Whatever. It's fine. I got done early enough with this build. Oh, English? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I was gonna say that's not gonna be that bad, but I was never really good at English myself, so. If I say anything, I'm a hypocrite. Oh, yours is in June. Oh, okay. All right, I thought you were in. I'm a May baby, so you were in June. Okay. Well, just in case I miss you, happy early birthday. But yeah, you know my friend's in June too, so that's funny. Yep. Alright, let me turn this. Gotta get everything back together so I can actually read this. Because I gotta change my setup to the gaming setup. The one that I love about my setup is it's transformable. I'm not even gonna front. My setup can transform. Alright. Let's do that. We'll close this out.
Turn this on. Okay, give me 1 second. My mic might disconnect. I gotta see if it does. Hopefully it doesn't. But just give me 1 second. I turn it around.
Test, test, test. Okay, I think, okay, I'm back. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, I think I'm back. Okay, yep, okay, there we go. Ha! All right, Crocky, if you're still there, yes, it is exactly like Optimus Prime, except when I'm moving it correctly, I could lose my mic. But I'm back. That's up. All right. So the mic's now fixed. Let me actually start changing everything around. Let's go right here. But I am back. Let me move this. Oh, I don't need this anymore. Move it over here so I can see it. Boom. It's perfect. All right, I'm back. There we go. There we go. All right. Let's turn this off. So I don't need you no more. Lock. Boom. Ah. All right. All right, cool. And we can just unplug you so it don't kill my battery. All right. I'm back. Gotta change things around. Everything has to be transformed real quick. Whew. Let me see, how much time do I have? Yeah, I could stick around for another 30. It's fine. I know some people ain't gonna be happy, but I don't care. Let's go to capture. Okay. All right. I think we're almost good. I need to turn on the system. I'm good. All right. Woo! Let's transform that thing. All right, there we go. I'm gonna book it up here. Come on. All right. Let's go ahead and play some Mass Duel. Is it 2 or 3? It's 2. All right. Let's see if it works. Okay. All right. Let's see if it works. Yep, there we go. All right. Whew. Man, make it back up here. There we go. Whew. We're good. What is this? Oh, out of here. Oh. Move. Get more. Best stacks. Gotta get rid of you. Alright, we're fine. Alright. I never tried them all before. Let's see what this is all about. Oh, I gotta play. Okay. I'm gonna do it real quick. Well, that's done. Oh, it's already over. Oh, that. What the heck? What? Oh, that's whack. Oh, it did end it. Man, that's whack. I want to try it out. Oh well. Oh, it's on me right here. Okay. That didn't do well. Ah. Ah! That's all I needed. Oh. Dang it. Okay. I'm not in a bad position. Alright. I'm not in a bad position. I come out of this. I'm not in a bad position.
I might be able to do something here. No! No! Okay, that didn't help me at all. I could have won. I could have won right there. I could have won right there. I could have won. Okay. 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 Whatever you have, I want to go. Party hand. When your main page is activated, that cards in. Oh, this card is there. That card's on the field. I can't use it yet. Alright. Alright, let's see if I could pull something. Let's see. Can I pull something?
black for another turn. Okay, that a little bit. I can only take 2 attacks. This is it. Okay. Alright, it's gonna be tough. Can I pull it out? Can I pull out a win? Set a card, I'm gonna lock out your deck. Alright, let's see if I can pull something. Come on. That didn't help. That was the worst. Oh. That was really bad. Oh, actually this actually helps me out. That actually does help me out.
Alright, cool. One more turn. One more turn. What do you got? What do you got? One more time. Ooh, I need one card. Oh, I got a couple cards. I think one. You work? Oh, you're a tuner. Level 12. I do not. No. I have. I might. Yeah, okay. Oh! I got the card here. Also, both players taking. Yep. I could do it. I bite you. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, you want to do a duel or something? But if you want to do a duel, we could do it. Oh yeah, I'm down. We could have a duel. I'm down. Good question. Yeah, oh, see, I got a friend that's better at that. The one thing I could tell you, if you're asking about deck building, I usually go with the decks that. The first thing I think about is, do I like the deck? So I care about the archetype. After that, does it work with the play style like I like to play? That's what I think about. So that's kind of how I think about it. So the first thing I would say is the best thing I would tell you is go to a website, Yugioh Wiki, and then just go look at different cards. And once you find a card you like, from there start trying to build a deck. Start trying to build a deck, because that's how I do it. Oh, what? No, what? Oh, my crap banned! And wrote your own details. Okay. Why could I can't select none of my extra deck? Oh, it's old school! Okay, alright. God! Okay, let me see if I got something for an old school duel. Hold on, let me check. Okay. I'm with you now. All right. God, do I have anything? Do I have anything built for old school? Let me check.
Oh no! How do I mean they build for old school? Man, how am I want warrior deck? Even though you can see my deck. Alright, okay, let's try the warrior deck. I don't know how good this deck is going to be at all, but we'll try it. Let's try the warrior deck. This is probably not going to work out well, but we'll try it. Because I don't think I got this one completed. Alright, let's try it. What? Prohibit? What? Why? What do I have in here? What? All of the old school. Alright, hold on. Dang it, what the? Do I have any decks that I can use? Okay, hold on, let me check. I don't have a problem doing old school. I just don't know if I have any decks built for old school right now. What about Heart? No, I think Heartbeat. I don't know which one would be. So I'm guessing this is first generation. So this is first gen. Yeah, the warrior should work. What's the starting jet? Nothing. Okay. Chaos Dragon, nothing. That's not old school. That's not old school. That's not old school. Not the Heartbeats. Not Magician Girls. The warrior deck should be fine. Let me look. No, that's not gonna work. Gemini ain't gonna work. Let me go back to Warrior. Warrior should work. Let me see. Why? No. Do I just not have any of these cards? No, I got all these cards. What? I don't have any of these cards! Okay. Alright, let me figure this out. What can I do? Alright. Let me see what I can do. Oh, you know what? No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll know what I'll do. It's fine. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. I'll go with this deck. I think I should be okay. It doesn't matter. I just gotta remove some cards. We'll try it. I thought I had a card. I thought I had a deck built for it. It's fine. Let's see. I have no problem playing. Let me just get rid of some cards. Shit, I can take those guys out. Oh, no, okay, that's fine. Alright, we'll try it. We'll try it. Let's go ahead. Let's try this. Alright. Oh, I'm down. Okay, we're good. Let's go. I got it working. Alright, I got it working. Alright, let's try this. Let's see how this works. Alright. I don't know how this is going to be. But we'll try it. I could probably figure it out. Well, just tell me the generation. Is it like first gen, second gen? Like, is it GX era? Is it the original era? Because whatever the era is, I know what to do. $2005. Okay, so it's rich. No, I'm okay. Yeah, I'll be fine. Most of these cards aren't gonna work, but it's alright. Hey, Ty Kim, what I'll do actually, just so you know, I'll actually make a video on it. That's what I'll do. Oh, saying it. So I'll put I'll create a video for that, and I'll go ahead and answer that in a video. Oh, wow. I ain't seen Chaos Sorcerer in a while. Okay. I ain't got a back row. I just realized that. I don't have a back row. Oh, no. I think you might have me beat. I don't think I have a back row. Ah! Dang. Okay. Great. Ah, you're killing me. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna take this hit. That's fine. I'm gonna take this hit. Dang. I wonder if my Gemini deck. You see, let me. I wonder if my Gemini deck will work. Ah, crap. Dang it. Yep, vanish. Yeah. Yeah. That was gonna happen. That was gonna happen. Okay, come on. Okay, I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice right now. Alright, let's see what we can do. No! Alright, hold on, wait. I might be okay. Oh no, that's the worst I have. That's gonna be helpful. That was actually helpful. Although my hand is god awful. Oh no! Ah. Let's see if I can pull this out. Okay. You got another one? Oh, what do you got another one? Oh, okay. Oh, that. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, that's helpful. Okay. It really depends on this draw. It really depends on this draw. Oh, I might be okay. Let's try it. I'm okay. All right, I'm good. All right, let's try it. But then, oh, what? Oh, okay. I thought you got to Victor Banish on my turn. Okay. Crap. My bad. I didn't read it. You know what? Sure. I'll give you one more turn. It's fine. I'll give you one more turn. I just messed up. I want to pay. I didn't see the message. I'll give you one more turn. It's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I messed up anyways. I just messed up. I misplayed. Yeah, go ahead. I misplayed. You know what? I'll give you one more. I'll give you one more because I actually misplayed. I'll give you one more. It actually isn't. I mean, it is, but it isn't. The thing, because you actually kind of had me beat for like a second there. The only thing I didn't realize is that I thought Chaos Magician can be used on my turn. That's why I had to summon two, why am I blanking? That's why I had to summon two Judgment. I'm going to give you one final turn. After this, I'm going. This is the last turn I'm giving you. Wait a minute. Listen. Ooh, yeah, this is the last turn I can give you because I'm about to mill out. Ooh. Oh yeah. No, this is it. This is the last one I can give you. The last one I can give you. Alright, that's it. That's it. That's it. Alright, that's it. I don't have any more time left. Sorry, I can't give you one more. I'm about to lose. Alright. To be honest, like I said, with this deck though, because we're playing with the 05 rules, there's a lot of misplays that you can take advantage of. This deck is not designed for that. Like, I need my extra deck. You want to go another round? Let me see if my Gemini deck works. Because there's a lot of misplays with that one. Let me see my... I like my Gemini deck. I can't use Gemini. I can't use my Gemini deck. I can't access to yeah, that deck won't work. Oh, you know what? I can use this deck. Yeah, this deck will work just fine. That's fine. Yeah, this deck will work just fine. So let's try this one. And just so you know, I haven't played this deck in forever. So, oh! I did not mean to get out the room. My bad. Okay. All right, I'm gonna try this deck. Just R1 and triangle. No, like I said, this is his room, so. And plus, I didn't know that. I'm used to playing. I'm used to playing solo, so. But it's fine. Ooh. Oh, shop, click special, buy a deck. Well, no, I just need to rebuild my deck for this era because right now we're playing it with 05. Oh, okay. 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 Oh. I don't. Okay. I gotta remake a deck. Oh no, yeah, no, this is tight. I love your field, absolutely. But I need to remake my decks. All right, what can I do here? I just want to let everybody know I haven't played this deck in almost 2 years, or just about. Dang. Dang. Okay. Let's see what I can do here. Oh, it sent a card to the graveyard. Yeah. Okay. Ugh. Okay, alright, that's actually good. Let me use it now. Oh, that's whack. Okay, that was no. Okay. Thanks for playing. I appreciate it. Like I said, I'll try to remake a deck. Because honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I was worried because the problem with all my decks is that they're pretty bad at back row. So I have no back row defense. So you could easily beat me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. What is it? 133179. Oh, this is unlimited, so you mean you can use anything? Is that what this room is? Oh, okay. This is unlimited. Oh, now I am worried. What the? Okay, I get it. We've had to edit my deck. Alright. Yep, okay. It is unlimited. Alright. Give me 1 sec. I gotta add everything back. Alright, let me add everything back. Okay, thank you for that advice, because I didn't realize it just that's kind of annoying. Now I gotta redo everything. That's stupid. Give me 1 second. I just gotta add some of these cards back in. What? Oh, there you are. There's one more I needed. What's the last one? This one. Oh, I think I'm okay with this one. Okay, there's one more I need, but I can't remember the last one. It's fine. Isn't it that? Okay. Yep. All right, my bad. I had to put the put my extra deck back together. Even though I'm missing a card. Let's see what Alright, I'm back. You know what? Cool. Oh, you gonna use a chemical deck? Yeah, I don't care. Go right ahead. Do whatever you gotta do. But this time, I'm not giving you any more. This time, I'm not going to give you any more extra turns. Okay, you're a Blue Eyes player. Crap. Okay. Dang. I actually did kind of need to go first. It's gonna be a tough one. Can I pull out a victory? I don't know. That's what I can do. Okay. Oh, I know. Trust me. You're not the only blue-eyed player I know. This is why, if I knew you were going to do blue eyes, I actually need to go first. Because it's going to be a pain. This is actually helpful. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yep. Okay, it might be okay. Let's see what I can do. Far enough in. Dang. Yeah, I lost this one. Yeah. Yeah, I lost this one. Dang. Yeah, I'm not far enough in. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna win this one.
Yep. Jet. I know that one very well too. Oh, okay. I'm actually gonna go to Max. Nope. Dead hand. Dang. GG, man. Ah. Dang. Yeah, I can't do nothing. I don't do that. You got it. Oh. Where's this? Oh. Yep, GG, man. GG. GG. So I'm willing to run it back. I'm willing to run it back. No, I'm going first this time. No, I'm going first this time. I can't let you go first again. Nah. Now the blue eyes. Nah. Ugh. 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 That's a bad hand. Ugh. Ooh, it's a kind of bad hand. Okay. Ooh, this is a bad hand. Ooh. Bad start. That's helpful. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Well. These are some of the new cards. I haven't seen this one yet. did her. I might screw up right there. Yeah, screwed up. Oh! No, I misplayed! I misplayed. Oh, no, I misplayed. I misplayed. I misplayed. I misplayed. Oh, no, I misplayed. I messed up. I misplayed. Dang it. That's fine. Go ahead. Roll that. Right now. Okay. I can't. Okay, so that won't work. Alright. Okay, let's try this out. Alright, that's what I needed. I need to mill two cards. Come on, mill the right card. Bad mill. Okay. Bad mill. Bad mill. Bad mill. Sure. Sure. I have no problem with that. Oh no, I can't. Oh, I can't survive. Oh, okay, nope, he got me. Dang. Yeah, it got me. Dang. Oh, so close. I misplayed at one point. I messed up. I misplayed. I misplayed one spot. I misplayed. I misplayed. Let me finish up because it's 2-2 right now. I'm gonna finish up with Sky real quick. I'll do one more, and if you want to come in and you want to do a duel, then I'm totally fine too. But we're 2-2 right now, so I want to finish up this. I at least want to finish up this series. So yeah, that one I got close, but I misplayed. I got real close to that one. I just misplayed at one point. Oh yeah, I'm going first again. Yeah, trust me too. Okay, I'm actually going to. No, I don't want to do that right now. No, that's a bad idea. No, I don't want to do that right now. That's a bad idea. Oh, what I have in my hand. I don't want to do that right now.
Oh, trust me, I know, like with your blue ice deck. Oh yeah, trust me. There's a lot that you can add. Like I said, I have a friend who's a blue eyes player, and trust me, I've played this deck plenty of times. Not your deck, but I play blue eyes decks plenty of times, and I know how annoying they could be. And I'm gonna be honest with you, this is already bad, but yeah, when you work on this and you add some certain cards, this deck's gonna be a pain in the butt. That's why I said, like, if I play your deck, I have to go first. Even right now, I still got a really bad mill. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. That's the same, but I know that one very well too. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that one. That part.
Today's topic. This is not.
Yes, there it is. There it is. There it is. I remember this one very well. I remember that very well too. Yep. That's it. You got me, Sky. Dang. That was a good series. That was a good series. You definitely got, like I said, I almost had you on the last duel, but you got me. You got me just by one. Because I just misplayed. If I didn't misplay, I would have won that last one. But that was a good duel, man. That's a good deck. I know Blue Eyes very well, and that deck is a pain in the butt. I actually need to take time to work on some new decks. That's what I really need to do. Oh man, that was a good one. But yeah, if anybody else wants to here, you know what? Here's what I'll do. I don't have that much time, but if anybody else wants to play, I'll put in the room number right. I'll put up the room number right now. Oh, wrong mouse. Let me see. Alright, hold up, Sky, because I think somebody else wants to play me. I want to give them a chance. Oh, there it is. not do numbers? What? That is weird. Oh, there we go. Alright, there we go. Alright, there you go. That's the room number. If you want to come in, there you go. Go right ahead. So, yeah. So I'm gonna give y'all at least 5 minutes. If not, I'll go ahead and go one more with you, Sky. If nobody else shows up, because I know somebody said they want a duel, so I'm down. If not, I'll go one more. If Sky, if you're still there, I'll do one more with you, and then I gotta get going because I gotta take care of something. But yeah, I'll give y'all, well, not 5 minutes. I'll give y'all 3 minutes. So it's 4:25. 2 minutes. 4:27. So 4:27. So I'm gonna give y'all 2 minutes. After that, if Sky, if you want to come in and do one more, we could do one more match. But I just want to give somebody else a chance. So I'm giving you 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So 4:27. Alright. Alright, one more minute. The number's on the screen. So if you want to come in, the number's on the screen. Blah, blah. Get tongue-tied. Anybody else? I'm giving y'all one more minute. Alright, that's it. Alright, Sky, if you want to run it back, man, we can run it back one more time. So, I don't know what happened to the person. They said they wanted to go one more. They wanted to go one, but if you're still there, Sky, if you want to go run one more, we could run it back one more time. I'm down. Cool. Alright.
Oh! No! Oh, my hand! Oh, Black Wings! Oh, wow. I haven't seen this deck in years. Alright. Okay. Let's go. Okay. I might be okay. Let's see. This hand is not good. Ah! What just milled? Alright. Oh. Ah! Oh, that hurt. Come on. Ah! Yep. That just happened. Oh, man. Dash yourself. Okay. Wow. Oh. I think I just lost. Oh, there's nothing I can do. Nope. Nah, it's over.
Ooh. It's over. It's over. There's nothing to do. You got it. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do at this point. New Gavi. Damn. Alright, you got me. Alright, I gotta go. I just got a call and they want, and I try to stay as long as I can. I will try my best to be back tomorrow. So I'll try to be back tomorrow. I don't know what time, but I want to say thanks Sky for being on here. Definitely fun. Definitely have fun dueling with you. You know, I may actually save this and post this. So if you're okay with that, I mean, yeah, I may just go ahead and save this and post this. This is fun. Even though you got me most of the time. Go ahead and say this. So I hope it saved. I don't know if it did or not. Let's see, did it save? Yeah, I saved. Okay, I got it. But all right, y'all have a good one. Like I said, I gotta go now. They're calling me. I was trying to hold on as long as possible, but I gotta go. But anyways, yeah, make sure to come on at a later date. I want to thank y'all. I want to thank everybody who came into the chat. Also, Ty Ken Vaughn, stay on the lookout because I'll actually be calling one of my homies who is a big TCG guy, and I'll make sure to do that video for you. So stay tuned for that. And with that being said, I want to thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. I gotta go. Oh crap, I gotta go. The phone's going. Another phone's going right now. So y'all have a good one, and yeah, I'll try to be back on tomorrow because I gotta record something else. But if I have time, I'll come back on tomorrow. If not, then hopefully Friday. I'll try to stream Friday. If not, it'll be next week. But anyways, y'all have a good one. Great to meet you, Sky. Thanks for coming on, man. A lot of fun. But all right, y'all have a good one, and I will be back. Oh, and make sure you subscribe too. Make sure to subscribe. Actually, you know what? Let me turn this on. Where you at? Where is it at? Hold on. There it is. Boom. There you go. And also, just so you know, make sure to check out the community tab where you can vote on my next live Gundam monthly build. I'll do that. And yeah, there's all my social media. The only one I don't have on there is my Vero, I think it's called. But yeah, make sure to check that out. And yeah, y'all have a good one, and I will be back. If not tomorrow, most likely Friday, maybe Thursday. It depends. Maybe Thursday, but most likely either Friday or next week. But anyways, thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. And yeah, I'll be back soon. And definitely come back by if you want to duel. I'll make sure to make a room and then we'll set it all up. Anyways, y'all have a good one. Oh crap. All right, let me go because I'm about to be in trouble. All right.